there, this is Cross.
And this is Josh.
And we are Words and Whiskey, a podcast for veteran and novice readers alike. We tackle fiction novels and love to talk about what we're drinking. You should think of us as your intoxicating weekly book club. I just realized we're on video again, and I was reading off the script, so I gotta calibrate where my brain is.
It's fine.
You'd think I would have it memorized.
I do also think there's a thing where people are like, "Oh no, we're on video and people can see I'm reading." I'm like, people read though. This isn't a secret.
True.
It's a book podcast. They know we can read.
Yeah, I hope that people would understand that a lot of this is guidance notes and just making sure that I get details right, more or less. But
of course,
copious as they are. Josh, this might be the most individual, and I think a lot of it is because I let the quotes run really long. But as an individual document with just me writing in it, because PJ used to respond to some of the notes, rest in peace. They used to go for 13 or 14 pages. This one on its own, I trimmed everything and I changed it because I was like, oh, new book, new co-host, new everything. I'm going to change the document a little bit here and there. And it's fucking 10 pages. Almost 11.
It's some pages. I was also, life things. The notes came in hours before the episode. I was reading it at work. I was like, I would probably have some things to add, but I'm at work. And then
don't worry about it. We're gonna add it while we go, which is obviously kind of the purpose.
Yeah.
So
but I just want you to know that I do plan on also writing notes in the future.
Oh, of course.
I wasn't just like, Cross has got this, I'll just wing it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I will wing it when I need to, but I wasn't trying to be shitty. It was just
yeah, absolutely. I have to re-pull up a word here that I was trying to remember what the fuck it means or how it's pronounced. Okay, there we go. So today, what a great start. Today is our first episode talking about The Empire of Silence by Christopher Ruocchio. Very excited to kick this off. This week, we're going to be covering chapters 1 through 12, which is Hadrian through the Ugliness of the World. For those of you who may be unaware, when I say through, I mean finish that chapter, if this is your first time kind of listening through with us. Josh, I'd love to start with this. We typically do a quick overview, like a 30-second summary of everything that happened. But I want just your vibes this week. I just want how you're feeling about the beginning of this book.
Okay, so admittedly, I'm reading the ChristianMoms.com approved version, so most of it's redacted, but it sounds cool.
Well, there's 10 pages?
Yeah, if that.
And a lot of it's just monologue? Yeah.
Exactly. I'm loving the vibe of this. I will say that, as far as the books that I've been reading more recently, it is a slower start.
Mm-hmm.
And I've mentioned a little bit, but here officially, first time maybe mentioning that I am definitely more of a fantasy boy. So sci-fi always takes me a second, This is sci-fantasy though, so that's the thing that I was helping. I had to That's helping a lot. Yeah. So I read the section that we're going, which we could say, it's from the intro through chapter 12, The Ugliness of the World. Yep. I read that twice. And on the second read, I was like, there was less focusing on what the hell's going on? They're mining uranium, to just actually kind of getting in there with the characters, having a good time. And I think on the second read, I was able to appreciate a lot of the tastier morsels of the very introspective writing style, I think. And I really dug that. And just overall vibes, I think that I think Hadrian is probably going to be a really cool character at some point that we grow to like and respect, or hate and fear. Right now, what a brat. I just what a little shit. I get it. We all hate our dad, but
his dad is kind of terrible though.
His dad's okay. So the first read through, I was like, man, his dad is the worst. The second read through, I was like, I kind of get it. If Hadrian was my son, I'd probably slap him too. So.
Yeah, when we get into that chapter, that's a whole different conversation. But
I think the amount of times he says to different people, you can't, you can't. I'm like, well, they did. So I don't know.
Right.
You're
have you not
you're
figured
the
out the
older
power
brother
structure here?
Exactly. You do know he can actually. There's a better way to go about this than yelling you can't over and over. But yeah, I can't wait to see bad stuff happen to him so he becomes a more interesting character.
You're like, and I know the bad stuff is coming.
It's
like,
gotta be. I mean,
definitely-
the way how that the chapter we stopped on ended is definitely. He's like, "Yep, I wasn't sure what he meant by the ugliness of the world, except I'm about to know." And I was like, "Oh, cool! I'd love to find out." And then Crossland said, "I can't read anymore." So,
yeah, welcome to the evil rules. Josh cannot read past the point where we're reading, just like in theory a book club wouldn't, or wouldn't read additional things or other things, or what have you. So welcome to the torture. Cool. Well, I'm glad. I'm very excited. A little cheers for our first official episode. I brought myself a little shot of tequila. You don't have to shoot. That's right.
I also have a little shot of tequila. I'll do it.
Yeah, yours looked like more than a little shot. Mine was like definitely 1.5 ounces.
It was not pure tequila. It was tequila on ice, and the ice was gone by that point. So
okay, all right. At the very least, there's that.
I cannot shoot room temperature liquor. I can barely shoot cold liquor. So,
well, don't worry about it in the future.
No, I gotta be strong. I gotta be strong like PJ.
Strong boy, like PJ.
I gotta be strong. Yeah, no, I'm an alcoholic. I just can't shoot. So.
All right. Well, with that, I think it's apt and a good time for us to actually get into the meat of the story here. We'll start off with the first chapter, which we already read a little bit from last week, but I want to repeat it and kind of talk a little bit more about it with the context of the rest of the chapter. So reading it again here. Light. The light of that murdered sun still burns me. I see it through my eyelids, blazing out of history from that bloody day, hinting at fires indescribable. It is like something holy, as if it were the light of God's own heaven that burned the world and billions of lives with it. I carry that light always, seared into the back of my mind. I make no excuses, no denials, no apologies for what I have done. I know what I am. So we kind of talked about this last week. This straight up introduces us to the frame story, that of Hadrian's murdering of a son. And then later we get context on Sun Eater as this idea or name or title. In taking billions of lives amidst a war with the aliens. Yeltsin. What was sort of your takeaway now that you got to get more bits throughout the first 12 chapters?
So, a small fun fact about me is that the first episode I ever saw of Breaking Bad was like the season 6 premiere.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Granted
I think
State,
it was the
right?
premiere.
Yeah.
I know that in the episode, a bunch of people in prison get shanked, and he's like in a diner telling people like, "I did that," and I'm like, "Damn, this show's cool. That guy fucks." And then I went home and I was like, "I'm gonna start Breaking Bad," and he's like, "Well, I'm a science teacher." It kind of feels like that, you know?
Sure.
Because I was like, "Oh yeah." Who's this guy? And then to jump into him at like 17 years old or however old he is, I was like, damn. But like that's the beauty of it, you know?
Right.
But no, this first line right here, like it's ominous. I'll give it that, you know. It definitely it gives me a vibe of what we're headed towards. I don't know any other book that's opened up with someone admitting to being there's plenty of books where someone admits to being a murderer in the first line.
Right.
But a murderer of a son, I don't know another one. So
that's a first
for me, at least. Yeah.
I mean, murdered my son, maybe, but not.
Yeah,
S-O-N,
but the son.
You know?
Yeah. Or a son. I mean,
God. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to mention that there are a couple of different pieces here that I find interesting. One is the sort of framing device itself, right, which is typically referred to as a protocatalypsis. And I had to, yeah, exactly.
I think my grandpa had that. Yeah.
And kind of giving us this sort of expectation, right? Setting this out. It's this framing narrative, this framing device that we sort of have for the rest of the story, how it's going to be told very intentionally to us from this man writing, maybe not at the end of his life, but much later, thousands of years, we find out later into his life.
Yeah. I'm still stuck on protocatalypsis and the fact that in your notes you put protocatalypsis and albeit in like the same sentence. You're
not ready.
Literature bitch.
Unfortunately, I can't help it. It's just one of those things. Um,
I mean, it's one of those things where like at this point in the book, I'm so just along for the ride. He's
Sure.
setting me up, and then by the time I get like 2 chapters in, it's like that was then. This is now, And there's, I'm sure we'll get to it, but there's a spot maybe midway through this section where it almost kind of does that. It does it again a
Mhm.
little bit. It proto-collapsicizes once more, and and you almost get a little bit more context to like the things that he's talking about, and I think it's a very fun way to use this writing style of kind of like what would it be, like first person past tense, but like specifically autobiographical kind of,
Yeah, I always like relate so it isn't exactly like an epistolary, because it's not. But at the same time, we are receiving text that he's writing. He's just also writing it with us in mind. So it's like
Yeah,
kind of a weird meta narrative, and there's like a narrative in a narrative here almost. Um,
exactly, yeah.
yeah, or a narrative in a narrative in a narrative technically, but
Which, okay, so for me, there is one thing that takes me out of this writing style
sure.
in any series I've read, that kind of, because like the Farseer trilogy, which I've read the first 2 books of,
Hmm.
has a very similar vibe where it's like writing at the end of my life, musing back on what brought me here. Um, and it doesn't take me out. It's always like the thing that pings whenever it happens, whenever it switches from like, I'm telling you the story of my life and where to start back then, and then it's telling you about back then in a way where it does like it gets closer to the story, but it still
Hmm.
feels like someone telling the story. Whenever it shifts over and I'm like, well, that's not how you tell a story like in real life, like whenever it gets really like, now we're in the novel, it always feels like a weird shift to me every time I read this specific style where it gets like very scene specific. um and it stops being like remembering and telling you about it, and it starts being like, oh, I'm reading a novel. There's always a moment where it shifts, and it always like takes me a second to be like, oh, we're more directly reading like a first person novel and less of like a person's remembrance. I don't know if you
Yeah,
get the
I
vibe that I'm
definitely
talking
understand
about.
exactly what you're saying. For the record, I think that one of the things that I find really interesting about this novel is that it feels like me, and I think that the first couple sections here are a little bit more jarring than like the rest of it, so to speak. But in my opinion, to me, while it feels like it's live text, I think that it's also old Hadrian lingering back in those feelings all the time and like kind of
Yeah.
talking about them and trying to put a lens on them, maybe not nailing it perfectly, but like
No,
there's an
no, and I
interpolation there as
I will say
opposed
that
to Farseer, for instance,
yes,
which I think is
definitely.
more concrete.
There's moments where like it kind of slips it back and it helps, but I guess like I've never told someone about something that happened last week and let alone 1,000 years ago, where I was like, when she came in she was wearing a Viridian cloak, yeah, that brushed the ground
You've never
softly,
talked to my sister.
like,
Yeah, right.
okay,
So,
fair
yeah.
enough.
I
Yeah.
mean, you got to talk to the actual dramatist, right, of whom is
You're
setting the
right,
scene
you're
with,
right. She scratched softly at the side of her face and
right.
glared down. Like it's like it's because in order to write a novel where you feel in the moment, you have to do that. But
Yeah.
it is just one thing that always kind of like, I don't know. It's a thing that like grinds against my sensibilities a little bit. That just because there's not a lot of books that I've read in that particular prose.
It's
And
part of the reason that I had you read Mr. Begone before this, to be frank.
yes,
I very
I don't
intentionally
think
teed
Mr.
this up.
Begone
Yeah.
actually does the thing I'm talking about very much, though. Like, it stays pretty much just right in his little goofy thing. And then whenever you do get sucked into the story, it has this thing where he's trying
Hmm.
to bring you into his narrative. And so, like, it feels like adding all those little flares is like more demonic and sinister. So, like, it worked for me, but I do appreciate that. This does prepare me for that.
Yeah, it was more one of those things like, I don't know what you've read. I know that you've read widely, but I don't know what you've read, how many times you've experienced this. So I was like, okay, if I'm picking a preparatory novel, of which listeners to this can listen to it on Patreon, if you want to support us, we did 2 episodes covering
Well, if
Mr.
you
Begone
remember to
because
put
it's
it
a
out,
shorter episode.
so.
By the time this episode comes out, it will be out. Both episodes will be out. I feel bad. I thought it was coming out this summer. It's a whole thing. Anyway, but yeah, that was a big part of the reason for me selecting that novel in particular, beyond my love of Clive Barker. So because it does share the framing device.
Yes. Yeah.
That said, we've talked a lot about the framing device. We're going to talk more about it over the course of this week because it does pop up a couple more times. But just one more little quote here from the beginning. Dangerous thing, names, a kind of curse, defining us that we might live up to them or giving us something to run away from. I have lived a long life, longer than the genetic therapies the great houses of the peerage can contrive, and I've had many names. During the war, I was Hadrian Half-Mortal and Hadrian the Deathless. After the war, I was the Sun Eater. To the poor people of Borisivo, I was a Myrmidon called Had. To the Jadians, I was Al Nerobles. To the Cielsen, I was Omen Belu, and worse things besides.
This was probably... So that very first line in the book is like, that's the grabber. This one was what grabbed me. I think this was the first line that had me like, oh, that was pretty good. Yeah.
That's fair.
Specifically, like, even just the first bit of that dangerous thing names a kind of curse. That's enough for me. Like, defining us that we might live up to them or giving us something to run away from is just like a really solidly written, I don't know, kind of delve into something that anybody has the ability to relate to in one way or another. And
I'm going to say both of those like first two sentences of those two paragraphs are all like you could rearrange them either way.
Yeah.
Like I could take either sentence or either paragraph, I should say, and shift it, and I'd be down. I do think light is a stronger opener because it does like starkly call to something. But I do totally agree with you. I think that this is also like, in terms of opening lines of a novel, this is like the deep hook. Like, you got me on the fact that you blew up a sun. Now you've sunk it into me with all these like interesting ideas of who you were or could have been across how many lives and how many thousands of years that you may have outlived your expectation. Like, that's a weird. And also the enemy name that you've talked about twice now. What is this? Who are they? What's going on?
Yeah. And one thing that I did like whenever he's like bringing up, you know, I was in the war, Hadrian Half-Mortal and Hadrian the Deathless. Then I was Sun Eater. To these people, I was Borisevo. Then I was Meridian called Had. Like, all these different names, like it gets me excited for like more, I guess it implies a mysticism side of things, maybe a thing of legends to a degree, possibly based on what we're getting little tastes of throughout this section with the chantry, like some religious intrigue. Very excited.
We jumped
for
to
that
this series
of things.
because of our mutual. I'm gonna just give this to you. I jumped to this series out of like my order that I'd planned, in part because of our shared religious guilt and otherwise that we feel deeply.
Yeah.
And I think that is going to be a big part of talking about this, which is not something that I think that I could have had the same kind of conversation with PJ. So part of the reason that I started here, in addition to it feeling like a reminiscent sci-fi opera to where we started. So
I'm very excited for that side of things. And it kind of gives me
I'll
like,
stop comparing you to PJ soon.
Yeah, I'll stop comparing me to PJ never. It's fine.
That's fair.
I'm going to the gym every day, working on getting taller. It's not working yet, but
he's 6'7", so you got a little bit to go.
I'm trying. Man. Well, I'm 5'6", 7", you know, so wait, 6'7". Oh no, we did the fucking thing. Now all the
not a
Janaes that listen to this.
What are we doing?
What are we doing? No, also it does give me a little bit of, I know, right? Yeah. There's it gives me a little bit of a, and granted, this is definitely like a guy who's only ever read Wheel of Time, getting Wheel of Time vibes from this. But I love how many different names like the Dragon Reborn gets in Wheel of Time across all these different cultures and all the different legends that build out from him. It's one of my favorite parts of that series. And so seeing this, I'm like, a little bit of Dune, a little bit of Wheel of Time. Like, what do we get? What do we get from this? I'm excited to see where that goes.
A lot of Dune.
Oh, yeah, clearly a lot of Dune.
Right.
But I haven't read Dune. I just watched the 2 Timmy Chalamet movies, and I enjoyed them. So.
That was one of those things where I was like, I don't know if I should. Part of this for new listeners to the show is I love to also point out, and we'll get into this obviously as we kind of go over things here. I love to point out other comparisons and other things that other authors pull in from inspiration, of which Christopher Ruocchio is going on record as saying he thinks he almost did too much in this first book, in terms of like even calling out like direct quotes from time to time, or close to direct quotes or interpretations, in part because he also like loves the heritage of sci-fi so much, and compared to fantasy, of which gives a lot of like credit and leverage to its existence and to Tolkien and other things like that, and like everyone else that's came before, it's like building upon itself. Sci-fi is like discontinuous. Like there's no singular, or there's like no past heritage for the most part. So part of Ruocchio's leaning here is to lean into the idea of like, I want to talk about Gene Wolfe. I want to like have Dune in the forefront. I want to have like Star Wars as a reference. Like these things existed in the world and they might continue to, but also we can use them as like existing things that perpetuate through the story, a la like, I don't know, the One Ring or something like that could be used as like a different MacGuffin. So
very cool.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
it's great that way.
I will say I definitely got Dune vibes, but as a guy who's only seen the movies, I was like, yeah, this feels Dune-ish, but I don't really know. And then I kind of went, or it feels like the Wheel of Time because I've read that a lot.
Yeah, right. That's the immediate comparison. I totally get it. That's where my brain is. Speaking of crazy comparisons, my mother was late to my birth as the line of cutting in to like like the actual perspective, right? The sort of like hard line. Immediately disentangles this idea of like birth being even like a mildly romantic notion for these wealthy, well-to-do people.
Poured out of the vat, just all of his teeth in his head. That's which is a terrifying image. Also, a newborn baby with all of its teeth. No, thank you.
Yeah, and also continually regenerating teeth as well, which is a whole thing later. But
yeah. What a deadbeat mom, you know.
Daughter of the person of whom is effectively managing the state. You know,
can't even be on time to her own child's birth. Keeps, you know, like just fucking off back to her homeworld to hang out with all of her lady friends, which respect. I mean, for sure.
Right.
Everyone else is like, everybody else is like, hey, you should learn how to fight with a blade, or, you know, run the government. And she's like, you like old movies? So,
like those old movies, buddy?
Yeah. Hey, you want to watch the good, the bad, the ugly? And so
she's a librettist. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like his mom. She's the only decent person so far, it seems, in the story. And
Gibson is great. Hang on.
Oh, okay, Gibson is great. I feel like Gibson's done some stuff though that he's not talking about. Like, Gibson's like, yes, you should definitely run away and follow your soul's content, because I didn't do that, and I did kill a lot of children, just a lot of children,
really
burn
bad
them in the orphanage, and then I did it again, and then now. Just to feel something on the weekends, I go burn down an orphanage. I feel like that's probably Gibson. We just didn't get that part yet. But
yeah, sure.
Yeah. I think his mom's the only person that doesn't actively do bad things.
Okay, fair. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, it's worth bringing up. Of course, we meet Tor Gibson, the first character, with a line of dialogue in Hadrian's eponymous work, which I think is like its own thing. Hadrian chooses the first line of dialogue to be Gibson's, which is kind of a fun thing. But that's clear as to how much he
I don't
values
think I
him.
even noticed that.
It's something that I only noticed in this reread. I was like,
Gibson, you're so right.
Yeah. Yeah, he gets the first proper line of dialogue. That said, we also meet Sir Felix Martin and Hadrian's brother Crispin shortly thereafter. They don their pair of Royce shields and swords and press against each other, dueling. It feels like it's something summoned out of Dune very clearly. You can also practically feel Hadrian's frustration towards his brother boil up starting here. Like, this is where an almost unfounded ire comes from.
Yeah. On my second read, I was like, did his brother ever like do anything to deserve it. Like,
actually
he's
seems
just
like he's a pretty
Ace's
good
brother.
dude.
Yeah, he's like, oh yeah,
He's just
I'm
taller.
He's
Yeah.
like nice to Hadrian, and Hadrian's like
more than once.
and out loud, Hadrian's like, thank you, brother. And then like in his head, he's like, what a fucking stupid little fucking bitch. Oh, I hate this guy. You know?
Right.
Like, so, I don't think Crispin did anything wrong except for maybe beat a couple servants from what we hear. But
There's some maybe other problems with Crispin as a royal,
in the
but
culture, that's normal.
we're not suggesting. Yeah. Right.
No, but I one interesting thing on this opening scene is like, yeah, there's like some good kind of poeticism that what's the word here? There's some procatalepsises. There's some great procatales before this. That kind of
You're
sets
just gonna
the
make
story.
fun of me for saying big words, huh?
For sure, every single one. I'm so
no.
ready.
Oh no.
That that like is gripping, does set a scene, definitely gets the interest of the reader. But it's so interesting to me. I was thinking back on this, like damn near every like big sci-fi epic or like big fantasy epic, like the first scene of the first book is usually a lot more active than this. You know, like with Game of Thrones, you got the White Walkers and they're back and they chase the guy through the woods and they find all the dead kids and it's like this like scary crazy action scene, and then you get into a scene like this. Or with the First Law, it's like, you know, you got Logan fighting the Shanker, and then
for 2 pages. Yeah,
for 2 pages, and then you go to Giselle and it's a scene like this, you know. And then you do, I guess Red Rising starts a little mellower.
Red
but
Rising
even
starts
still,
with a hanging, but that's
it starts with a hanging. Exactly. Yeah. This book is like if it was cinematically set up visually, it's what we have. We get like a lot of cool like space imagery, and then you just kind of start the story. And I thought that was like a little weird on the first read, but yeah, on the second read, it's like, okay, like you start really mellow in the vibes. There's no like big like war, and then you cut back into like there's an implication of war to come, but there's not like this like flashy intro. There's just kind of like,
yeah, hey, I think that it does well in balancing that, right? Like it evokes enough imagery to make you think back to the scene. I mean, I know that you're no further than the first 13 chapters, but I think about this first chapter all of the time, just because of like the sort of every detail is something that like matters going forward very tangibly, obviously, because it's calling them out as things to like focus on, right? So like this is laying a roadmap for us right away as to what we're going to experience over the course of the story, that expectation, right, in a big way. So as a part of that, I can't help but be like brought back to the chapter and think about it all the time. That said, on initial read, I bounced off of this book twice, like off of like the first couple of chapters. Similar to Red Rising, it was the same sort of experience that I had, and it was not until I was like mentally ready at the time for something a little bit deeper to muscle through that I finally did it in, I don't know, late 2022 or early mid 2023 or something like that.
Okay, yeah, so still pretty recently, yeah.
Yeah, I've read this more recently. This actually came as a recommendation randomly on Twitter when we started the podcast and started talking about Red Rising.
Okay.
There was like there was a Sun Eater fan of whom recommended it to me, and I was like, okay, I'll keep it in mind, and I'll definitely check it out at some point. Right when we had started the podcast, and then I didn't get to it until many years later. A couple of our like fans and patrons had read it and were like, you should read this for sure, even if you're not going to talk about it. And then I read it, I was like, oh, I'm going to talk about it. Like, there's no way I'm not talking about this.
For sure.
I'm going to talk about this to everyone I know. So, you know, it was one of those musts. But it does have what I would call, similar to Red Rising in that first 50 pages, a tough start. I mean, like, not a tough start necessarily, but like a less gripping.
Yeah, you gotta be like, hey, I know I'm gonna read this whole book. Time to strap in. You can't be like, I'll check it out, see if it grabs me, because like there's not a lot of fingers in that first. There's not a lot of gripping. The grip
is to get you to the end of the story. Which,
exactly.
Like,
yeah.
which will
But I
come out
went
in
into
2
this.
weeks. Yeah.
I went into this with a very very clear I'm gonna read this whole story. So
Yeah,
like,
you actually
I
can't get out of this. So it's
exactly.
a
I
little
think if I
different.
like did the Barnes and Noble test where you grab a coffee and you get the book off the shelf and you check out the first couple chapters and see if you want to buy it, I, it may have like hit different for me. I might have been like, oh, I don't know. But because I'm like, all right, I'm gonna be invested in this. I'm gonna read deeply into these first couple chapters. It definitely has a lot of promise for what's to come early
Mhm.
on. That keeps me going.
I do also want to bring this up right now. It's worth mentioning. Did you predominantly listen through the 2 times this week, or did you read listen?
Yeah. So I
Okay.
listened the first time, and then the second time I like read and listened.
How do you feel about our narrator, Samuel Ruocchio?
Yeah, I think he fits the story really well. I today finished Best Served Cold.
Mm.
So it's really hard to
Nobody's
ever
better.
go in
Yeah.
between like Pacey and anybody else. But I will say like what's the name of this narrator?
Samuel Ruocchio.
Samuel Ruocchio.
Mhm.
I would take Samuel Ruocchio over like, and God, I know people love him, so they're gonna come for me, but like over Kramer, pretty much
sure.
any day.
Yep.
I
He's like right
Sam.
there for me, and Tim Gerard Reynolds, who did the Red Rising
Yeah,
books.
I actually I
He's,
think
like,
I
right
like
there.
him more than Tim Gerard Reynolds. There's certain
Hmm.
parts in Red Rising where like I don't know, I because I read Red Rising before I listened to it. There's parts with like Reynolds where I'm like, oh, I don't know if that's how I would have played that, but like he's a very
Yeah.
good narrator, and I'm sure I would do a much worse job throughout. But like, and I think that that's also an aspect. If I've already read a book and then I listen to it, I'm much more critical of the narrator.
It's good that you started by listening to it at the very least, so that you got the voice in your head. Now you can go back.
So yeah,
and
I
forth.
started
Yeah.
with listening. I'm like, that's the tone of the book. So now whenever I went back and read parts without listening, I was like, oh yeah, I'm kind of reading it in that tone.
You hear Hadrian's voice, the sort of affable British man.
I will also say though, like I have only listened to the Farseer trilogy. I haven't like just read without listening, and I can tell that's not the right narrator for that story.
Narrated
Like,
I
actually don't know the name off the top of my head, but it's to me it like I'm like, wow, I'd probably like this story a lot more if it wasn't read like this. But don't at me if you love that narration, but
as it goes, we can be critical of things and also enjoy the stories and otherwise, and say that
and
that's
you
still
can
incredible
also
work. Yeah.
not at me. It's fine,
Unfortunately,
we all have
Josh,
the
I'm just going to
ability
tell you
not
this:
to
you are
fight
going to
me.
get added more as a part of this sort of nature of the nature of this beast.
Good.
So yeah,
I can
welcome
take
it firmly into your jaws, or
Yeah.
welcomely. One of the things that I want to mention about this like duel and in this moment is this casual critique of old stories that I think is another reason that this story starts a little bit differently. Is Christopher Ruocchio basically says, hey, there's no old wise hermit in this story. There's no one going to be coming down from the hill who sets his pupils to chasing cats, cleaning vehicles, writing poetry. Like, that's not the tone of what we're doing here, just so you know, within the first chapter.
Yeah.
Like, you might see the, like, typical, prototypical, like, youth guy within this first chapter, like, young guy maybe coming up. This is not going to be that story. And he basically sets that out very cleanly at the beginning, which is interesting because he's setting many expectations over the course of this first chapter, but this is the one that like decries old stories and decries formats that might be familiar, that might be more gripping,
Right.
but they don't tell the type of story that like is Hadrian's,
Yeah. I agree.
Excellent. He also mentioned some of the world building mythos, like the Jadians and the Myskolos as well, which is an interesting Myskoloi, which is an interesting little,
That's the area where I mentioned to you, I was like, yeah, whenever I'm reading a fantasy book and they're like, the Peruvian Gazatomite did the 18th Mahavadav of Shinabar, I'm like, hell yeah. But as soon as it's sci-fi, as soon as they do exactly that, but it's in space, it goes right over my head for some reason,
which is crazy because it's the same fucking thing. Like this is
I know,
literally
and I'm
it's like
so aware
the
that it is.
princedom of Jad, and so it's like okay, so there's this.
And if I picture a castle and it's rainy, it's fine. But the second the doors go,
but there's still a castle. That's the other thing about the story. There's still castles.
No,
like literally, Hadrian comments on like how impractical their castle is.
I think it is a scale thing. So whenever I hear like the Jad and the Mea Scolio or whatever, like whenever we're talking about like the Gondorians, we're talking about maybe a few
small
million
geographic
people,
land of roughly the size of South Dakota.
Yeah,
a
monoculture, right? If we're talking about the Jad, we're probably talking a planetary system with like 18 different subcultures descended from 32 different major cultures.
No. It's never.
I think that my head just dives into like it tries to picture the scale of like a planetary system, universe wide light year spreading thing, and then I just go and it like and I just have to like shut it off. I have to be like, we'll get to that when we get to it. You know, I can't like try and start picturing what that culture era or area looks like or
what it really is. Yeah.
Yeah, like when Zeth's son Villano shows up, I'm like, oh, cool. So the guys from Shinovar are bald, right? And I can just move on. But like,
I knew we were bound to spend most of our time talking about this first chapter, to be fair. In like a decent amount of time, I should say, talking about it. There might be others that will draw more. But anything else you wanted to add in this sort of initial impression?
I don't think so. I think my main takeaway from this chapter we already kind of touched on, and that's that he fucking hates his brother, and I don't think his brother did anything wrong. But
fair. Hey man, I'm gonna give you just like a little bit more on the vine. Most of the novellas are from other characters' points of view. The first one is called The Lesser Devil.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps a little Crispin novella in there. Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna be so real. I like specifically refused
to
even like Google this series once.
No, it's good. You shouldn't.
I didn't even know that there were novellas. That's exciting.
Well, we're reading them as a part of it. I know that you haven't seen the calendar because I haven't sent it to you because I'm some torturous man.
It's fine. I'm along for the ride. You can hit me if you want.
We've got the books. We're gonna do the novellas as a part of that. Not all the short stories, but selections from them much later than you might think, but the novellas will basically be in line with publication or the intent order, but the short stories won't be. They'll be like out of necessity and like
interspersed,
correctly placed. Yeah, so
very cool.
Yeah, but novellas between books. So 1.5 is The Lesser Devil. So we'll get a little bit more on Crispin there. We'll get more on Crispin in this book yet, but. Very good. As it goes. We'll move into our second chapter here, Like Distant Thunder. We then move to Hadrian following up with Gibson and introducing us to the idea of why the Scolius are the way that they are. Technological use or any thinking machines appear to have been completely eliminated as a part of like what happened in the past, or at the very least heavily restricted by the Chantry, another religious organization, which is very interesting, leading to the rise of Scolius like Gibson. Oh, wow. That's a lot of shit.
Yeah, I think it was in the second chapter, but honestly, it might have been.
There is one chapter later that talks about like with the Chantry. I think it's like 8 or 9 or 10 that like talks about the Chantry and then Maricani and some other things.
Yeah, okay, because that grabbed me on the second listen. I was like, wait, there was an AI uprising. Like, whoa, but. There's also a mention later about how like anybody but like the Palatine families aren't allowed to have like screen time, basically.
Right.
You know, like that's crazy. So like they really do kind of push like everybody else is in this like pre-technology or like very like 1960s level technology world, and then like everybody else is living sci-fi if you're rich. It's a setup for sure.
We're going to talk about this more over the course of the series, but one of the things that I think is important to just have as sort of not an impression that you get, but I'm curious as to if you pick. Wow, rephrasing that. I'm curious if you pick this up. Is the fact that this story blends a number of different cultures together more immediately around the Solon Empire. Obviously, there's this sort of like Roman Latin influence that's very
Heavily,
immediate.
yeah.
It's very obvious, the pillars, the sort of grandioseness. Then we get like the just general medieval European. But there are some other things that are from other cultures. Were there any that snagged you immediately, or that you've been thinking about over the course of this?
Ooh.
I'm going to talk about one much later, and that'll refocus this. But I'm curious
Yeah,
if you
because
picked
I
it
mean,
up.
even just in direct quotes,
Mhm.
you're gonna get. I mean, the Colosso is definitely gonna make you think of the Colosseum, make you think Roman. There's a very good quote about how like his father would have been Caesar, but
Mhm.
we breed Caesars.
Right.
There's definitely mention of pharaohs and like god
Egypt.
kings in
Yeah.
here. As far as like the cultures within the world, it's hard to say. There's something about like the way how Medjua is spelled that gives me
Madewa?
like
Yeah, Madewa? Yeah.
Maidwa, yeah,
Yeah.
that Maidwa is spelled. That gives me
Mhm.
like a Western Asia vibe.
Mm.
I don't know, but like I don't know. I don't think I was specifically looking for like
Sure.
picking
I
out
was, I was just curious. Yeah.
cultural references. I'm
Yeah.
what should I have noticed? What am I missing?
I don't know if it's anything that you should have
Give me the
noticed.
correct answers. I'm trying to do well on the test.
No. There's no
Okay.
test yet. We're still in the first week of class, Josh. We can't test you yet.
Okay, you're right. But absences will mean I get dropped for sure.
Mhm. Absolutely. We'll talk more about it a little bit later, and I'll bring them up more specifically. So, because I think it makes sense in context to talk about those things. So, we'll get there. I love the line that he says, that Gibson says here, or that Hadrian says about Gibson here. To me, he was a magus out of the old stories, like Merlin's shadow cast forward across time.
Yeah, and
What a neat
that's a
little-
great just rip of imagery too, because like if
Mhm.
you're he doesn't have to describe Gibson much for us all to know what Gibson looks like, you know?
Yeah, old
Like,
man, got a cane, kind of.
Yeah, he has a
does
cane,
fit the wizard hermit
and
vibe,
you're like,
you know?
oh, he's just Merlin. Okay, sick. We're here. Like,
But he's just like a really smart guy, like, and speaks multiple languages. Like he's not casting spells. He's not doing anything too crazy.
but it does seem like, you know, like knowledge is the magic of the world here. In such a way where like it's very contained as far as like what knowledge is kept where. That's what the scholiasts are for, because they don't rely on machines anymore, so like it's relied on kind of an oral tradition to it, or written in
Yeah.
oral, but like more oral than anything, it feels like. Tradition of like these wise sages that hold the knowledge of the empire like amongst their collective. It's an interesting thing, and it also, to me, definitely like pings immediate levels of suspicion of like if one group controls like the history of the narrative, like the scholiasts can change the world at any given generation to the world that they choose to tell you it is.
Yeah, they could remove things.
I'm immediately
like
suspicious of scholiasts. You know? Like, yeah.
Josh immediately has a problem with cultists.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, yep, I don't like them. I'm joining the chantry. I'm sure they're
okay.
not up to anything shady.
For sure not. Obviously, the religious zealots are not up to anything shady, as Hadrian describes.
Crossland. I was raised in Fresno, California. Of course, I'm going to side with the church over the academia, you know, or the academia. It's never gonna. That's
Catholic
just
Central Minnesota. You know, I get
it. Yeah, no, but I think it's an interesting. I like the setup because whenever you're dealing with sci-fi, I feel like you do have to find ways to nerf that technology to tell an interesting story. You know, like,
well, or at the very least, like you have to incorporate it so deeply that can become like an overriding piece of the story, and so it's necessary to like move it out of the way one way or another. Like that's part of the trick to sci-fi. Like good sci-fi to me is like either that is your focus in the story, like something like The Martian, which is where it's about the tech, it's about the smarts, it's about managing these things, or are you moving it out of the way to tell me something speculative about another piece of technology? And you just need to prove to me that you know enough about the other thing for me to believe the new thing. You know?
Yeah. There's something that happens frequently with like modern stories or sci-fi stories, where I think that so many interesting narrative setups get ruined with communication devices. Um,
Oh, of course. Yeah.
like
Right.
Robert Edgars has said, I think, and I quote, if I ever have to film a scene with a cell phone, I'll kill myself.
I believe that's accurate. Yeah.
Which is why all of
Yeah.
his movies are set in the olden times across different
Right.
cultures and different eras. But like, yeah, there's something to be said for like, okay, we're filming, or we're not film, we're writing the sci-fi story. We need to have it so majority of the culture doesn't just have technology that ruins any suspenseful moment. Um, and I think that this is set up well in that situation. So, like, sure, yes, our main character is currently living amongst the people that do have the technology that can reduce suspenseful moments, at least. And you give them limits, like later, and there's a scene where we learn that like the shields only work if something's moving fast enough to be considered a projectile or something like that. Like you put the rules on the technology, and it helps you tell the story where you need to tell it, but then you kind of get like locked into your own box of rules. Or you can just be like, all right, all this technology exists, but only these people have it, and all we have to do is take this character out of that situation, and now we can tell really interesting stories.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about it.
Exactly. It's out of the way. And so I do
Right.
like the setup of like, all this technology exists and we can use it when it's interesting, but we don't always have to use it because only these guys have it.
Absolutely. I love that. And it gets more interesting than that too, because it's not just technology. There are other barriers to cross over as well, which we get introduced to very early here, which is like the multilingual barrier, which Hadrian is able to cross rapidly and easily, it appears. He
Yes.
knows at least 4 languages. Mandari, some classical English, Cielcin, Lothrian, and Standard Common. So 5.
I
As it
had to
appears.
pick the book up to make sure that there was never a part in the Lothrian where like a personal pronoun was used, because it
You just had
sounded
to
like it
check.
in the
Yeah.
audiobook, you
Yeah.
know? I was like,
Mhm.
I'm up. And then I checked and I was like, oh no, right after this it does say slipping into and then back out of a different language. And I was like, all right.
Yeah,
You get
he
this
is
one, Rockio.
very carefully dancing around that. Hadrian himself is very carefully dancing around that. So it's kind of a funny thing in and of itself. But
Yeah, but I liked that. That's also just a nice little world building drip drop. I don't. Does that happen in this chapter?
which bit?
The conversation with the multiple languages.
Yeah, they bounce between Lothrian,
Okay,
Mandari.
I wanted to make sure
Yeah.
I wasn't just accidentally jumping forward to the next chapter.
Mhm.
I really liked just the little bit of world building you get in that moment where it's like, okay, so if this culture doesn't even have personal pronouns, and there's kind of like this, okay, well then this is clearly a very collectivist culture, like
Mhm.
a culture that believes in like a one over the individual. And like you can kind of start to, before we're even introduced to anything with that, you're like, okay, I get a vibe of like what this culture is going to be. That was
Yeah,
really
it's very like Anthem by Ayn Rand. I don't know if you had to read that in high school like I did, but I
nah.
well, I wouldn't recommend it as a signed text necessarily in high school, but I
Okay.
would say that it's a worthwhile read because it does sort of take that sort of lens into the world and kind of take the idea and kind of run with it in an interesting direction.
Pretty sure
Um,
the only books I read in high school for school were Great Gatsby and A Brave New World, and I was like, oh, capitalism's bad, cool. And then they got mad at me for that conclusion. I don't know.
2 good books, yeah, and both conclude similarly, yeah. Um, yeah, totally get it, totally agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
That
So what about consortium? Oh,
yeah, well, you're totally right. So there we get like this whole so many different details here that I want to mention before we go into consortium, which is this like annihilation of the planet of Kai-Shen, which plays directly into that chapter, right? By the Cielcin,
right.
by this culture that we know nothing about, which also explains our visit that's coming from the consortium.
Yeah, a whole planet got wiped out
Yeah.
by
The
spooky
Cielcin.
alien
Cielcin.
that we know very little about yet.
Yes.
But they eat people and maybe each other, maybe not.
We don't really know.
I mean,
Not
we're
cannibals?
told they're not, and then we're explicitly told they do. So,
Well, yeah, that they eat others. But yeah, it's interesting. I do love within the context of this as well that there's a number of different things that if you're paying attention, Ruocchio gives you a lot of layers here. So he says from Hadrian's perspective, strange, isn't it, how the greatest disasters in history often feel hollow and abstract like a distant thunder. A single death, wrote one ancient king, is a tragedy, but a genocide can only be understood through statistics. Which is a beautiful quote in the front half of which is interpreting this and like kind of giving us the thesis statement. But then we see a language drifted version of like one death is a tragedy, a million is a statistic by Joseph Stalin. And also calling Stalin a king is something that we would be like, hang on.
That is wild. Yeah.
Like a mythos. Like that's the mythos here.
Insane. Damn. It's hard whenever a quote pops in your head and you're like, stay on target. You know?
Yeah, right.
I just finished Best Served Cold today, and there's a line about like criminal, like war criminal or hero just boils down to which side of a river you live on.
Which side of the river you're on. Yeah, PJ and I talked the most about that quote out of practically any quote in the series. So ancient king, Stalin.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think Rah Rasputin would have something to say about that, different era, but he would have something. True. Well, I don't know. He's immortal. He might still be around. Yeah, maybe. Does Rasputin show up in this? Is this a Rasputin book?
Is
this like when I saw Sinners and found out it was about vampires?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. It's a good quote. It's an upsetting quote. And
I feel like the thing that I'm trying to peel back here is the idea that this that history is twisted over time, right? Like it's not just history is written by the victors or whatever the hell and like everything else that's existed. But at a certain point, like history becomes mythos and becomes blended. And like language drift happens and like all these other components can like come and compound these things. And this will be a thing we'll talk about a couple of times over the course of this story. Where different things get attributed to like the wrong sects of philosophy, which is interesting.
Yeah. I do like the I forget which chapter it's in, but like they're like bantering. Gibson and Hadrian are bantering back and forth, and he's like, "Well, all the world's a stage." I'm pretty sure that one's Shakespeare.
Right. Which is not the same as the other one, which is actually a Twilight Zone quote, which is like another thing where it's like, hang on, you're telling me that Gibson is quoting the guy from Twilight Zone? Love that.
Very good.
Yeah.
And then oh man, I had a thing, and then I scrolled to like think about it. I think there's some things I want to talk about in The Devil and the Lady. Yeah,
but we got to go through consortium first. So we'll move there. You're
making me talk about Joseph Stalin, and I'm like, I want to talk about stars being born and dying before dinner.
Yeah, right. What a good fucking line. So we end the chapter with that bitter certainty growing. Of course, it appears that Hadrian's father does prefer his brother and is keeping him abreast of family business more than Hadrian. This is sort of our beginning inkling that leads through to consortium. We start the chapter with a discussion on Hadrian's exclusion from the perfect facade of his life, as it appears, and we move into the conversation between him and Lena Bellum of the Mining Guild. This plebeian informs the Palatine lordling of what's happening to the little people and that they're in dire need of help, having recently lost miners to a cave-in, being down several machines that assisted in helping with mining over the last several thousand years. He leaves this conversation, though, suggesting she prioritize the needs as he will take them to her father, or to his father, like basically promising something as a return, which costs him.
I think that this is the chapter that made me think of Red Rising the most, and this is where I got the This is kind of where I began thinking of the comparison that I texted you, which is it's this first 12 chapters kind of feels like we're reading Red Rising, but from like Roke's point of view.
From one of the golds, sure.
Julian's point of view, specifically like one of the softer, whinier golds,
Sure. Yeah.
Actually, let's say Julian's point of view.
Yeah.
Crispin is Cassius.
Oh, totally fair. Valid.
Yeah. And Julian's just whining his way through things. But no, this I think like obviously sci-fi story mining people that are all being told to just dig with their hands and make it fucking work like is gonna make me think of Red Rising. But also that's that's just capitalism and mining. So
That's just been the way that it is for a very long time.
that's just how it
Yeah.
works.
Welcome to Appalachia, you know? Like,
Eesh. Yeah. So I think that this is a good opening moment to kind of show us point blank how kind of the more, you know, oppressive fascist aspects of this society are operating.
mhm.
You know, you're like, oh, it's sci-fi, and there's the rich people and the less rich people, and then you're like, oh no, we got people digging with their hands for uranium, and just dying in collapses, and they're like, yeah, you know, that sucks. There's a quote that we'll get into later about you know, gold versus flesh and what their value is.
Uh-huh.
I think that this sets the scene for that really well and kind of shows us like how this world views the common man.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's a few quotes throughout this that definitely dive onto that. And I think that this is another one of those things that with sci-fi, it takes me a little bit to wrap my head around because of the scale. Again, you know, like whenever you're dealing with a few million versus a few billion, the difference between a billion and a million is about a billion, you know. Like,
Truly. Yes. Yeah.
so
You're totally right.
like
Yep.
it
is that stalling
whenever
quote,
you
know?
start think about, yeah, exactly, you start moving into the statistics of this, and it's like it becomes so much easier at the top of this pinnacle of billions of people rather than hundreds of thousands or millions to be like, oh, we had 17 people die. 17 people. Okay. You know,
Right.
like,
Yeah.
not even a million. That doesn't even scratch a dent in the bottom line, you know? So like,
Which he's like, Hadrian's like, oh, I feel bad. And that's where for Alistair, you're like, well, no, that's sort of the cost of doing business. Which, like,
yeah, that's a minimal
you can
cost,
agree with
you
and
know,
understand from Alistair's perspective of like, if he's considering the whole world as this like economic mining region, he's like, of course, those are nothing. But like, that's not the way that we'd want people to behave, right?
Exactly,
Like we
yeah.
can like kind of vaguely distantly empathize with that from like a capitalistic perspective, but simultaneously we're like, well, but people are more than just cogs, right? Like we like people generally. Like,
yeah,
we
and I
like
think
them.
that this sets up a cool moment for Hadrian, which now would be a time when I'm going to throw in. I think it's an easy get, but I'm going to throw in a prediction here.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Love it.
Hadrian's going to care a lot less about 17 people by the end of this. My prediction
by the end
is
of
this
what?
is
Are you saying the end of this novel?
by the end of the next
If you say
section
the end
I
of the
read.
story, I'm going to lose my mind. Of
No,
course he
by the
cares
end-
less.
Yeah, no. I think that it's a cool setup. My prediction is this is like a nice little setup. We're on a reread. It's going to show you like how far he's fallen in his humanity from like actually taking the moment to care about something that he shouldn't have because there were 17 deaths to becoming the regicidal, genocidal, son murdering, half mortal, deathless sci-fi words, Palabananubilicida.
Alna Robles. Yeah.
Alna Robles. I think he was my high school teacher.
You did live in California, so this makes sense. And in Fresno,
Yeah.
so this all tracks.
Camera. All right. Oh, there it is. All right. Also, we're filming this, right?
Yeah. For the first time.
That's exciting. We should comment on that.
I did earlier. I think it might have been in the Devil's Cut. To be fair,
It was in the Devil's Cut. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
It's
think
the first time we were filming an episode, a regular
Very
episode.
exciting.
So
all right.
yeah,
we can move on from there. I just wanted to bring attention to the fact that it's fun to see faces.
it's cool. I want to put this out there for anyone who doesn't know. If you're new to the show at this point, what Josh just did is he put down a bet for a drink, basically, to say, hey, this is what's going to happen. Generally by the end of the book or by a specific point or something like that. I'm going to take this
for by the end of the book.
Okay.
I'm going to make a prediction that by the end of the book, if it's not directly acknowledged back to this moment, there's some sort of allusion to a time when Hadrian would have felt something for the deaths he's witnessing, but can no longer find it in himself.
Totally. And I'll take predictions for larger arcs. This is a longer series than average. I think actually technically by book count, this is the longest single series that we'll have covered on the show by the time we're done. And I mean that because like, yes, we just did 9 books in the first lot, but that's a trilogy and then a bunch of individual perspectives and then a trilogy of different people. versus like Red Rising, even trilogy of one POV, bunch of different POVs in a second series that is connected, obviously, but like established differently.
This is the
will
most
be
books for one
contiguous
continuous
story, which will be longer. So
hey, you're good at English. When what's the difference between continuous and contiguous?
well, continuous would be something that is just linear. Contiguous is like touching in addition. So like
okay.
Right.
This isn't even me making fun of you for
better.
using words. I just
I use
sometimes I'm gonna have to
words.
stop and
That's my
ask.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Please,
I mean,
please do. Yeah.
Contiguous or contiguous?
Contiguous. Yeah. Like
all
the
right,
contiguous United States, right? So like the 48.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that contiguous is a $5 word.
I would agree. Yeah.
I would say that. Oh no, where'd it go? Did you
fucking
delete the
looking
word
up-
out so I could
No,
stop making fun of you?
Protocolapsis. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a $10 word right there. That might be a crisp 20.
Calipsesis. Yeah. Protocalipsesis.
Yeah, I think you
yeah,
slapped
that's
a
like a
Benjamin on the
$20
counter for
word
that
for
one.
but like that was a part of like looking up terms of phrase and like what this actually is, and you know, like to be in you know, like a proper critic in a lot of ways of like give it the weight that it deserves.
For sure. I'm just gonna say there's a lot of words that I can guess the meaning of,
You don't need
that
to
I've
know
heard that I don't really use. It's rare that someone hits me with a whole new one. I don't think I've ever heard that in my life.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, we're gonna hit a couple more of those throughout this.
This will be good for me.
But it's not meant to be that way. It's just also part of one of the big inspirations for the series is Gene Wolfe, and Gene Wolfe wrote in what was closer to Old English in a sci-fi fantasy series. And so like he was writing in the 60s for the 60s, 70s into the 90s, basically published, I think, his final book in like early 2000s, I think. He did not give a shit about He was like, my intent is to give you enough context where if you don't know a word, you can still make it out. But if you get it, who cares? Like if you know the word, cool, good for you. But also that's the language of the people as they're walking through the world, the way that they would talk about it. He's not inventing a secondary language. He's using old language to explain new terms, which is different than Tolkien inventing a secondary language to explain new terms. So like he was on the counterpoint to that. And so I think that partially Christopher Ruocchio leans more in that direction than he does in Tolkien's direction of fully inventing new things. So
very good.
Yeah.
Or you could go the Joe Abercrombie direction where everybody's speaking different languages, but you're like, I'm just going to say he said in Northern.
Yeah, right. Well,
we're not coming up with words.
To be fair, like for the most part, Ruocchio does that. He's like in Lothlorien and classical English in Mandari or whatever. Yeah. The exception is Cielsen, which he does treat like a separate language.
Okay,
so
very cool.
I just mean like even so far as we've read.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So,
but I'm excited to see some big scary aliens personally.
I was finishing up the thought on predictions. So the point is that Josh just made a bet, basically. And when it comes true, he will take a drink if he's wrong. And I will take a drink if he's right. That's it. That's all. He can double down. He can ask for a double on certain things if he believes it's going to happen after a certain point or later.
Okay.
We do this generally by books, sometimes by arcs, maybe by series. I do think that there are like pretty solidly like 2 arcs in this series, so we might separate it. But you know.
So like if we get to the end of this book and it hasn't happened yet, I can be like double down and it becomes a double later.
Right.
I should have predicted something that I think is going to happen at the very end, so it could have been like
no. So some
a half yard of liquor.
I end up shotgunning a beer on show right as we start an episode. Yeah. So that's the general idea behind predictions. So we're then introduced to Lieutenant Kira, one of the many guards, as Hadrian returns to Devil's Rest, which is this sort of Gothic castle that we find his home. She asks if Hadrian flies, and he explains that he does somewhat before asking if they could trade fathers. This is sort of an interesting preamble, and I just think it's important to talk about Kira here before it becomes like a whole thing later.
A whole
right?
thing.
Like,
yeah.
How'd you evaluate their relationship front to back? Or front
first
here?
read?
Yeah.
I don't even think I heard this scene. I think I got like distracted by some. I was driving and I was like thinking about the day to come. I'm gonna be so real.
Zoned
I
out.
was like, oh, like Kira shows up really out of nowhere later, and then like on my second read through, I was like, oh, she's here. Oh,
Yeah,
she was
she's
here the
around.
whole time. Oh, that's crazy.
There are a lot of names in this first section. A lot of names.
It's good. I plan on, as we're going, like I think that at the speed that I read and at the speed that we record, I have time to go through pretty much each section that we do twice.
At
That's
least
gonna be very helpful for me. Because yeah, on those first ones, a lot of it just kind of washes over you.
Yeah.
Like I retain the important stuff, but like little scenes like that, I'm like, oh, I don't know, we're moving on. Especially because like we haven't met his father yet, you know, like you're like, oh, you want to trade fathers? Like that's just a funny little quip until we meet his dad, and I'm like, yeah, I'd want to trade fathers too.
The way that I think about it is like your first experience as you're reading through this is like a normal reader would, right? Like in your normal impression, did it make an impression? Did it not? Your second read as you're going through this on a weekly basis is like, oh, hang on, what should I be picking up from the scene that I maybe missed or otherwise like
Exactly.
I'm getting instead on a second read? So
Yeah.
that deeper dive.
I also think that mentioning he flies a little might come up later, you know, like you might have to fly something at some point.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. I don't know if that's an official prediction or not.
Did you want to make that a no? That seems like that's pretty weak. I'm gonna
yeah, like he's gonna fly.
Yeah,
everything.
I want more solid, like deep.
No,
bets.
I know.
want like
that wasn't me doing a bet.
No,
That's just me saying like I feel like in classic sci-fi, that's definitely setting up a moment where he's gonna have to jump in and fly something. But
how do you fly this thing? Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, like we got to establish that Anakin pod races so that whenever he hops in the Nabooan fighter later, it makes some sense that a 12-year-old can do that.
Alan Starr is pretty like Darth Vader-y, you know what I mean? Like he's got some tone about him.
I don't know, man. That guy's
piece of work.
Darth
We're gonna talk a
Plagueis.
lot about him over the course of this, the rest of this. So, we then move to our introduction to House Marlowe properly as we see the statues of the old lords, their crest of the capering devil, the sort of like dancing devil with a little pitchfork in his hands pointed downwards. As well as their sort of familial phrase, the sword, our order, all that to be introduced to Lord Alistair Marlowe himself, who we've been talking about, perched in a throne room that Hadrian shoves his way into, and Lord Marlowe does his best to placate the petulant princeling before moving back to the question at hand with the Mandari, this trade consortium in front of him.
There's a on the entrance to the room, there's a moment I really, really like where he talks about how it. Actually, this is very fitting for how I've been talking about how sci-fi can be difficult for me to get my hands around the scale of it.
Sure.
There's a conversation about how a room can go beyond the scale of where it's still like effective and seeming grand. And entering into this throne room, there's a line, I can't think of the specific line. I could probably grab it out of the book real quick. About how like this goes beyond that and then more in its grand sweeping scale. And then it's also like forced perspective to make the throne and the person who sits on it seem larger than it should be humanly possible, towering over the patrons of the hall. And I think that that's just...
Which is the same thing that the Emperor does on his throne, I believe is the end of that line as well.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's the same thing. He's like, oh, he just wants to feel like the big bad Emperor so bad.
He's doing his best. Black castle, black shields.
You got a big black castle, a bunch of goth stuff, a forced perspective Disneyland castle of a throne. Alistair comes across as like this big, intimidating, terrible, all-powerful person, but like he's also just like he's middle management. He's kind of a bitch that wants to be more than he is.
Kind of is, though.
Like,
you know what I mean? Like if you consider like the grand scale of things. I mean, at the very end of this week, we get the perspective that like Hadrian is like a very distant, like thousandth in line, like multi-thousandth in line for the throne. And like his dad just kind of married into it, like it's his mom is the reason that he's like as regal as he is.
Yeah, his dad reminds me of like whenever I worked at a pizza and beer place. There was like one kitchen manager who thought the kitchen was a war zone and he was going to be a hero. Like he would like he took that job more seriously than anybody at any job I've ever had since then. And I'm like, bro, you're a shift lead in a line kitchen. Like we can have music on. It's okay. You know,
Yeah, right.
like
We can chill for a second. This is not. You're not on the Michelin menu, let alone Google
but
Maps.
yeah, he was so sure, and like to a degree, for all of his intimidation and all of his supposed power, like Alistair's kind of that. He's someone who views himself above his own station and is obsessed with climbing to that spot that he deemed himself worthy of.
But he does have a big station. I mean, to be clear, like,
Oh yeah,
outside
definitely.
of the throne room being ridiculous and sort of everything else that comes with the ornamentation, like the man is important within his own.
He's very
subsect.
important within where we are right now. He's the most important, but I do think it's interesting how many times they like there's a moment taken to be like, he's not a planetary lord, you know, like he's
right. Hadrian's pointing out like he's not in charge of the planet. It's actually the Viscerine, you know, like
exactly. So I do think that that's interesting. It adds a layer of understanding to like the approach of Alistair. Like you get who he is a little bit more just by the lack of station that he has, and then finding out that even the station he has was something he gained through marriage, not merit, is it's scene setting, you know. It definitely gives me a vibe of who he is. So
absolutely, and that plays right in strongly as we like exit the consortium scene and sort of this rude interruption into the devil and the lady. We are then introduced to Hadrian's mother, Lady Liliana, and her view of the world, that of stories of film. And as we've come to understand, even if it's just a little bit, where the depth of Hadrian's appreciation from the arts comes from. We get much deeper into this later, and I'm sure we will have a big esoteric conversation about the value of art, of which Christopher Ruocchio puts very early in this novel compared to like many authors who put this much deeper. But it's good. And Hadrian's mother rules.
Moving
mostly
forward past this chapter, there's going to be a couple big chunks of text that we need to talk about, all kind of from the same general area.
Yeah, I pulled more quotes out of this than I generally do for like an entire 2 weeks worth of episodes this week, because like there's so much that's rich in this text that is like worthy of talking about.
All right. There's a few really, really solid moments that feel like almost like conclusionary moments, you know, like you were saying, you would put them way later in a novel, and I think that's the stuff that really started to get me. But here, I think my main takeaway is that if I was Alistair, first off, I know I'm not her type, but I would have been a little bit more interested in my lady because she's hot. You know?
Yeah, right. Oh my god.
Yeah, like
Liliana. Smoking.
There was a moment where I was like, are we going Game of Thrones incest with this, from the way how he was describing his own mother? I was like, you got to stop talking about how hot your mom is, dude.
There is something weird about like the genetic editing of the peerage where it makes it seem like that's maybe more of a possibility than you might consider, but like also like very clearly not playing into like full Oedipal complexes. I think he was just trying to speak about like the more, I don't know, C.S. Lewis definition of like absolution of man, like the honest, resplendent definition.
And what I'll say is like from
objective.
It seems like it's just giving us a very like a plain description of what she looks like. She's just hot, you know?
Right.
But like it's weird that it's her son that has to describe that to us. But he does pretty much everything short of saying like, and honestly, her body is banging.
Which, fucking accurate, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
So I think I mentioned it already. I'll mention it again. I'm sure by the end of the series I'll mention it again. And if some stuff comes out about her character where she's actually a bad person, I'm gonna actually just keep to where I'm at. I'm team Lady Liliana all the way. Sure. Ride or die till the end. Me and her. She can do no wrong, or her war crimes aren't actually war crimes if she does any. Yeah.
She also, I think, even considering Gibson, I think is the most honest read of Hadrian, right, in her assessment, right? Like she says, he says, then does that mean that Crispin is to take my place? To which she replies, isn't that what you want? which is sort of teeing up the larger question for the rest of this. Like, you don't want that. You want other things, which is what she's done. Like, she wants other things than her station. So she has women that she like goes home and sees. She does all of the arts. She gives as much as she needs to what she needs to do, but she doesn't want to give everything to it. So yeah, I can't help but feel that like her and Hadrian are natural kindred spirits in that way.
Sorry, I'm looking something up because I just remembered on my first read. On my second read, it didn't really ping as much because like I was picking up all the other more kind of intricate things. But on my first read, there's just a line that has very little to do with anything that I just liked a lot. God, I want to find it. All right, so it's this section right kind of at the beginning of this chapter. It goes, from the dullness in her voice, I could tell that Mother had moved away from the closet door and toward the high window that overlooked the sea. She often did this. The Lady Liliana Marlowe, I don't know how to say her middle name, had a tendency to drift towards windows. We shared this, that desire to be somewhere else, anywhere else. That reads to me like classic romanticism. Like, I don't know, it gives me like a Haunting of Hill House vibe. Like,
Dreaming of the Sea, it's very gothic. I would agree.
Specifically that I don't know what it is about this sentence that it's so simple, and it's before it's even talking about this. I mean, it mentions the sea, but to kind of caper it down, you know, from the dullness in her voice, Mother had moved away from the closet door and toward the high window. She often did this, had a tendency to drift towards windows, like wanting to be somewhere else. She had a tendency to drift towards windows is one of those simple sentences that I love because it's not impressive, but it's so descriptive with so little. I really like a simple sentence that gives you a lot. She had a tendency to drift towards windows. Like, that tells me so much more than any flowery descriptor, you know?
I totally think that that's a part of the reason that I love Christopher as much as I do, is like he has both in him.
Yes.
And he uses them both to the strain of it in this first book, I would say. Like he truly like strains the purple prose at times, but then simultaneously like has these pockets of just like genius. And you're like, wait, that's so good. Like drifting towards windows?
She has a tendency to drift towards windows.
Like, yeah.
She has a tendency to drift towards windows sounds like a song lyric more than like prosaic statement. I don't know.
Guy's a metalhead too, which is what's also crazy on top of the rest of this. But it's like, okay, fair, yeah,
man. We should throw in some metal just somewhere.
No. It's part of the reason we're changing the intro. Is I wanted some like I wanted something a little bit more spacey while we're doing this for
okay
for this series. So intro is ever changing now, which is going to be a new facet of the show. So
change. Now, is it changing per series? Is it changing?
That's
per
the
book?
idea, but maybe as we progress through the series, we might change it as well. Maybe not every book, but maybe every couple books. As it sort of
could be like every book, you just add a new instrument to the existing.
We're starting
intro,
dark and mysterious, and like a little bit industrial,
and like you get some more drums on the second book to the same song, and then boom, book 3, melodica.
Just straight melodica. Dropping the piano on book 5, just straight piano for the same song.
Harmonica solo, book 7.
God, yeah. I mean, I love this conversation that happens over the course of this chapter. I also, you mentioned this line earlier, and I'm so glad you did. Stars, I thought, were born and died before dessert, before this meal. What a perfect way of saying this meal fucking sucked. You know,
I don't think I've ever heard such a perfectly beautiful description for a family dinner. Oh man, stars, I thought, were born and died before dessert. Like, that puts a pit in my stomach of just unease and sheer boredom and cringe and all of the feelings you get when you just want to get away from like like a wedding where they've gone into their sixth prayer, but it's supposed to be cocktail
Oh,
hour, but it's a
God.
dry wedding, you know? And you're like,
Yeah, right.
we've already done the entire ceremony, but they still haven't served the food, and you see it there getting cold on the buffet stand because it's not even like a serve the tables wedding. It's like they call
It's like
your
a serve
table,
yourself, but
and you
also
get up, but
you
it's
can't
my
get up until
table,
you can.
and
Yeah.
you know you're at table 24, and it's like
As a frequent purveyor of table 3, I don't understand what that is, but
oh,
also
well, yeah.
kidding.
Whenever you're that guy who just gets invited to weddings last second because someone dropped, you know,
We love a
table
food
24
film.
is wild. Yeah, no, but it definitely it's more than just an uncomfortable dinner. It is a business dinner. It is
Well, this is
a
definitely a business dinner as well, with all of the
presentation.
discomfort of a family dinner as well.
It's
like layered
an
in.
uncomfortable family dinner with all the presentation, pomp, and circumstance of a dinner party where you're trying to impress your guests with all of the droning of a business dinner. This is miserable in a way that you could describe for 4 paragraphs, or you could say, stars, I thought, were born and died before dessert. And you get the gist. So,
Oh, man. Again, some things just punch you in the throat, and you're like, well, yeah, okay,
uh,
you should write, Christopher. You're right. Good call.
yep.
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
another example. This is actually maybe a perfect example of a combination of the two things that really stand out. The more kind of like flowery poetic descriptions, and then the more kind of like simple romantic descriptions. This one's right in the middle. It's a perfect combination. This might be his best sentence in these 12 chapters
I think
that
it's
I've
just the
read.
easiest one to call out, but I agree with you. I think that it is very similar, and I do think that it communicates both all at once, right? Like this
I
is
will say there's another sentence
it's a
that I
poetic
want to call
punch.
out for it.
Yeah.
This is one of my top 3 like brief, just quick, simple sentences in these first 12. The first one is uh she had a tendency to drift towards windows. I don't know why that stands out so much to me. I just like it. Stars I thought were born and died before dessert. And the other one we'll talk about when we get there, I'm sure, but it is you know these things, but you haven't learned them.
Ah, yes. Yes. Right. A,
Yeah.
a good aphorism from
Yeah.
our
All right.
boy Gibson. That said, I do want to talk about the rest of this dinner. Of course, we then witness the dinner with the consortium in which we speak about the universe's politics. We learn about the Tavarosi clansmen rallying to the war against Shalson, the Prince of Jad committing troops as well, which seems like a rare occasion given sort of the tone. And in general, what can be done against the Shalson threat? This leads to Crispin interrupting, both with a poor dinner topic, as his mother remarks, and something that Hadrian is almost immediately able to jump in and be sort of the elder statesman about, correcting him and speaking in a way that like informs more of the group, maybe that didn't know these things, but also kind of puts his brother in a little shame hole in a way. They do eat people. They aren't necessarily cannibals. There's more going on there. They're fully nomadic people living aboard cold asteroids called Skiandas, and showing that like Hadrian knows this all shit pretty well, including the language.
Are they called skiandas because you can ski on them because they're mountains that are cold?
No.
You sure?
We'll talk about that more later. No.
Okay. Crispin in this moment, I can only picture him as like an Eustace from Narnia, or like what's the
Great comparison.
shitty cousin from Harry Potter, or just
Dudley. Yeah.
Yeah, like I picture him like stuffing his face while everyone else is doing. He's like, "Is it true that they eat people?" You know, like, it's just such a dumb thing to ask. He went from being 15 to 12 like really quick right there, you know. Maybe the one moment where I get it on Hadrian's side of things. I'm like, oh yeah, he is stupid.
I mean,
I get that it's a question you'd want to ask, but like, I could never imagine, even at 15, being like at like my dad's boss's house, and they're like talking about like, yep, and the fluorescent lights are gonna go into this client's house, and I'll go, is it true that people can die from installing fluorescent lights? Has anyone ever fallen off the ladder? You know, like,
well,
it's a wild thing to ask, but
that's where I kind of I agree with you to some degree, but I also disagree. I feel like that's a very rational thing to ask. The difference is, I think, the severity of an alien species, like someone like, okay, let's imagine a fictitious war between us and, I don't know, Australia, right? and like you have a child and they're like, do they really talk? Do they really like say the word? Do they say nar instead of no? Like, is that how they talk? You know, and like that would be the sort of tone that you'd expect. And it's like, well, yeah, but that's not the important thing. You know, like you're missing so many other critical details
Right.
that does still have that same sort of like you're saying, like a light bulb comparison. But I do think that it's like ignoring the fact that the severity of conversation here is so much more intense, where it's like, no, dude, you should know that they eat people. Like, you should know that we are cattle for them. You know?
Yeah. I also do like in that moment that I think this is one of the few moments I've ever heard a book call itself out for having an unreliable narrator.
Oh,
where he's like,
welcome.
Yeah, he's like, no, they're not cannibals. They eat us, not each other. And then immediately he's like, they actually do eat each other. We just didn't know it yet. Like, cool. I like that. Yeah. I like that moment where he's like, it really kind of actually adds to the weight of how little they know and how much we're gonna experience moving forward in the story. Because he's like, I know all about these. It's my area of study expertise, and they don't eat each other. They eat us. And then immediately older him is like, oh, they be eating each other. You know, it's a nice moment.
It introduces a lot of other things too that might maybe make us doubt our narrator from time to time, because now all of a sudden we have doubt placed on the narrator.
Yeah,
which is an interesting concept. I mean, it's a normal thing, you know, in a lot of different stories, but like unreliable, but to what degree? And for what reasons?
And is just his telling of the story, telling of times he was wrong, but then he corrects himself? Or is current Hadrian that's telling us this story also leaving things out or changing things for the sake of certain narrative aspects that he needs to come out? I don't know. I don't trust.
Can't call that out yet, but it does. I'm glad you recognized it. And I think that's one of those important things to like call out in the story is like, how much of this is a fully reliable account versus a tainted account because it's Hadrian accounting for it, you know?
Right.
A man of whom blew up a son, as we understand, murdered it, you know?
You know, if he admits to that, I assume he'll admit to a lot of things. So maybe he's pretty reliable.
Maybe he just got caught on the murder thing.
You're right.
You know, deal with all the other consequences.
Yeah. That's why he never explicitly tells us his mom is hot. He's like, I'm not going to tell them I thought mom was hot. But
yeah, right, exactly. I'm giving you enough details so that you know that my mom is hot.
So that you know my mom's hot.
Don't need to
but
say
just
that.
So you know.
Yeah.
No, I also, in this dinner conversation, I mean, that's the main stuff that stood out to me more than anything. I also think they mentioned like how far away that planet is, and that's another one of those sci-fi scale moments where I was like, I don't know how fast they travel in this. Like, we don't know yet at this point in the story, but they're like 20,000 light years away or something like that. I was like, oh, is that like, do they travel 1 light year per hour? Or you know,
yeah, like, right. No sense of scale outside of the fact that is so far away that they're not worried about it for decades and decades, right? So like exactly, that's the scale that we get.
And I think
time.
that's the part I'm trying to get them. Like, are they like, hey, these guys could be here next year, next decade, tomorrow, 100 years? How long are lifespans even? Because like we know that like these genetically modified Palatine people are like living for hundreds of years. We know that Hadrian lives for over 1,000 based on something that he said earlier, very briefly.
Later. Yes.
Oh, later. Okay. Yes. But like, I don't know if just like your average plebeian is living. I think we know that the miners have a life expectancy of around 60 years. So like, is this a threat? Anybody, if they're, 100 years out, that's a concern for the nobles, but not for the masses in a lot of ways, at least not like the ones that are alive. They might be worried about their kids, like, oh, they're going to get eaten by aliens. But like, and how long do you have as warning? Because like, it seems like they just kind of showed up and took the planet. So like, do they just appear? Or can we see them coming? Like,
can we not, like, can we not scout? Or is there no?
Yeah, like, do we know they're on their way? And if we know they're on their way, how long do we have? Like,
also, is there only one Skianda? Is there only one asteroid roaming around? Like, how the fuck did this happen? So
yeah, so definitely
also, they abducted
like raises...
a whole planet's population. Like,
well, it was a large cluster.
Yeah.
So Right, that's what they said. They're like,
I think so.
there's
'Cause they
usually
did say,
what, a few million on a cluster, and they're like,
Yeah.
there were reports it was a very large cluster, and I'm like, I don't know what that means, but a few million is a lot, but it's, again, the difference between a billion and a million is about a billion. So, I don't know. This is one of those moments that gives me the scale whiplash, but in an
I think there
intentional
is
way.
by the way, in the front of the book, I think that there is a universal map, which can maybe give you a little bit of context there. Not that I think that it's necessary, but I do think it's there for your perusing, just to give you like areas in general or like regions.
Yeah,
Not
yeah.
necessary, but
I opened up the front part of the book and I saw alien text, and I was like, "That's not what I'm."
well, yeah. There's a couple of different things because it's a physical language. He designed a language. He did the Tolkien thing with Cielson, and
I'll tell
designed a
you,
language.
a lot of people were like, "I'm gonna figure out what this Elvish means." I was like, "He'll tell me."
Yeah, he'll tell me later. He'll tell me later. We can figure that out later.
Yeah. But yeah, this scene, much like the throne room, had so much scale it started to lose some meaning on me.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Not in a negative way, but it just like it gives this like, I think that whenever I see stuff or hear stuff or read stuff like this, it, especially if I'm listening to an audiobook and like doing something and not like specifically reading it, my mind starts to wander on like what that actually means, how that scale works. Like I start trying to piece together kind of the mechanics of the universe and the situation, and then I come back in, we're halfway through next chapter, and I was like, "Whoa, hold on, let me go back."
I woke up. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, exactly. So
I want to lend one more thing to this chapter before we kind of move further from here. I love the description of Alistair himself as Hadrian describes him. Often I'd observed my father in this mode, didactic and imperious. His eyes, my eyes, never settled in any one place or on any one face, but drifted over all that surrounded him. His basso voice carried far, resonating in the chest rather than in the ear. He had an air about him, a cold magnetism that bent all who listened to his will. In another age, in a smaller universe, he might have been Caesar, but our empire had an abundance of Caesars. We bred them, and so he was doomed to suffer Caesar's greater still. You mentioned part of that quote earlier, and it's so good. It's so, oh, God. I love this writer.
Yeah.
This is a writer's book,
just
if
that
nothing else.
He might have been Caesar, but our empire had an abundance of Caesars, and so he was doomed to suffer Caesar's greater still. That was
fucking dope. You know,
just I'll close the book
so
there. It's fine. That's good enough.
Yeah, right. It doesn't even matter that like the paragraph repeats the word Caesar as often as it does, because it like clearly conveys the idea. Like it's like Caesars are little here. Like
yeah.
Julius could do nothing.
George Lucas wrote it better. There's always a bigger fish.
Hang on, we're gonna get to the rule of fishes later. The law of fishes comes up later. Hang on.
Yeah. You're so right. Yeah. But that involves birds. That's different.
No. I'm saying the law of fishes, which is the thing that they skip over. But yeah, they go over it real quick, and it's a Hindu proverb from ancient history that we're going to talk about for a brief moment. Sorry, did I give away the thing that I mentioned earlier that I was going to talk about with multiculturalism in the novel? Anyway,
guess you did.
I did.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Round out the chapter. Hadrian, after mincing words imprecisely, is forced by his father to apologize to the directors, saying there is nothing to forgive, leading us into Tigers and Lambs, which is a great chapter for us to talk about our cocktails. All right, with that, Josh, we're getting into our drink segment here. What have you made this fine evening? What's your cocktail? What's its name? What's its persuasion?
I was going back and forth on names.
Yeah.
I'll let the listener decide which one they like more. Okay. I went with Sun Drinker. Because it was kind of funny to me. It's basically a paper plane. I mean, it is a paper plane. It's 1 ounce whiskey, 1 ounce Aperol, 1 ounce Nonino Amaro, 1 ounce fresh lemon juice, and then I added into that classic cocktail 1 large lemon wheel garnish, and then on top of that, offset just a little bit, a dehydrated blood orange garnish, and it gives it this kind of like dark red to bright yellow to like fading orange effect that gives it the appearance of staring straight at a sun, or kind of an eclipsed sun. The other name I was thinking about naming it was That Murdered Sun. It was like, do I go the goofy Sun Drinker, or do I like pull the quote? I went with Sun Drinker, but That Murdered Sun was also what
I like Sun Drinker for this one. I feel like there will be apt opportunities for that Murdered Sun later.
Yeah. I'll just keep making this one cocktail because it's great. And I'll name it
a
different
paper
things.
plane. Come on, come on.
It's good.
We'll get Josh into inventing cocktails here soon once he starts to refine on some of those recipes. I don't know, man. It's just weird.
I've been out of the game for a little. I gotta remember how to make. I gotta remember how to make the classics, and then I'll start adding weird stuff to it.
Yeah. And you didn't have a front half beer. You had instead just the tequila, correct?
Just the one shot of tequila. No front half beer.
Okay. Cool.
I made the cocktail. I still have half of my non-alcoholic Arnold Palmer.
Some people might be able to track that I've had 2 beers already and my shot of tequila, so we're hanging on.
See, here's my secret. When I get excited, I talk too much and I slur my words anyways. So
well,
no one can ever
that more with the fact that it was just in front of me, so I couldn't help it.
Yeah, of course, yeah. But yeah, I did pour myself a second large little shot of tequila just in case.
Sure.
Just in case.
We're not worried.
I don't have to drink it.
Yeah.
I can stop anytime I want, Cross.
This is not a good start to the drinking weekly podcast. with the references. That said, Josh, am having a cocktail that I'm calling the Capering Devil. It's an original cocktail. I like to think I put in 3 ounces of whiskey. This was 2.5 by ratio. Don't know why I typed that. It was a little over. 2.5, so it was maybe closer to 2.75 or whatever. But 2.5 ounces of whiskey, in this case, bullet bourbon is what I used. 1 ounce of Aperol. Funny that you also use Aperol for your paper plane. Half ounce of maraschino liqueur, just to kind of give it like a nice little balance. 2 ounces of lemon juice. This was because I had already pre-squeezed 2 ounces of lemon juice, and I was just like, fuck it, throw it all in there.
I gotta use it all. Yeah.
And 1.5 ounces of simple. So this is like generally what I would call like a double of this cocktail, or pretty close.
Yeah.
Because I do have both
it's funny.
a glass and the regular like nice glass served with the lemon peel.
Ooh, that's a good coupe.
And then like an absinthe spray on the glass before putting it in. This is a coupe that was a gift from PJ. So
that maraschino and simple and absinthe together kind of become an Amaro. You basically made a paper plane.
You're practically there. Yeah.
You practically made a paper plane.
In all honesty, this is very paper plane adjacent. The biggest difference is that the lemon is so much more forward.
And that absinthe is going to give you a way different profile on there too, even if it is just a spray on the glass, I think.
Yeah, we accidentally, without knowing it, made the same cocktails because we walk away, we make the cocktails, we come back, we talk about them now. That's sort of the name of the game. So like we walked in with the same cocktails on accident to the cocktail fight.
Yeah, I think it makes sense coming into something called Sun Eater that you'd want to make something orange and yellow. And,
yeah, right.
It adds up. Also,
I wanted the red color for the devil, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Which the Capering Devil, I love that. Mm-hmm. It does give kind of like, I'm picturing like the Pink Panther, but in a devil costume, you know? Like,
yeah.
Okay, I thought you were looking it up. I'm like, all right.
Oh man, I thought you might have another line there.
I don't know. I just think capers are so back. The Louvre heist, you know, we're in a good spot for capers right now. So
that's true. Now he's just got his legs up and he's kind of bouncing between them, right? Like that's a nice little caper.
He's just kinda,
I'll share this. I guess I have to text it to you because this no longer has the quality to do it via a chat here. But this is the front of the Lesser Devil, which also implies Crispin. Please ignore. But on his chest, underneath that, is the Capering Devil, which is of course the house symbol, House Marlowe.
Yeah. Okay.
At the very least, a well rendered version. I do also have that sitting behind me on a thing that cannot be quite seen at this angle, but it is right there. I love that art as part of this.
I like that if you read this book, I'm sure you know who the person in the helmet is, but looking at the cover, it's just the guy got really shortchanged.
Well, that's their whole thing with like the ceramic helmet, right?
Yeah,
like they're the ceramic helmet you can't see through.
We got to talk about that. It's so sick.
Kind of a sick move.
And they have screens in there so they can still see. Yeah, it's very cool.
Fuck eye visors. Why the fuck are you limiting your view with eye visors? You can have infinitesimal small cameras, you know?
So sick. And way cooler looking. I very there was a description that said like it makes them seem more like a statue than a man, and I think that
Mhm.
that's just a nice a nice way to do the classic sci-fi. Well, really any major action forward genre of making sure that your
Grunts are faceless.
yes, exactly. Like, how do we make sure that we can kill a lot of these guys and keep a PG-13 rating? You know,
Perfect. I love that. I do want to, now that we're doing video at the very least, like give call outs to specific brands and arts and things like that that we do with beer variously. The beer that I'm having tonight is from KCBC. It's Vertigoat, Kings County Brewers Collective, Brooklyn, New York. Right when we had started this podcast, or right before we had started this podcast, when it was an inkling in the idea, I was living in New York City, of course. And I lived a couple blocks away from this brewery, and they were the beer that I had when PJ and I were practicing, when we were recording other things, when we were like just kind of trying to survive the pandemic. So it feels like a good little homecoming to also have them recently stocked in my local select brewers spot with a beer that I've had before. So it was cool to have them back, and I was like, man, I got to grab it for the show tonight. So again, KCBC, Kings County Brewers Collective, you can get them at like select brewer distributors on the East Coast. So you're fucked, Josh, but anyone else that's on the East Coast, you can give it a shot.
Well, you know, it's tough. It's really hard living in San Diego where there's just no good beer.
No good beer. I forgot to mention it's a West Coast style IPA. I was like, wait, people might care more about the flavor than they do the brand, but I care about the brand. I love them.
If you're not from California or experienced in San Diego, it's like considered the brewery capital of the Western Hemisphere.
Well, you in Asheville, so you're fighting, but
oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right,
yeah,
we'll see. But there's a lot of great beer out here.
Yeah.
I'll be sure to catch up and bring some good locals.
Asheville was specifically the craft brewery, like that was their whole thing that they branded themselves as, and that was before I moved. This was when I lived in Minneapolis. It was like
Gotcha.
Asheville's where all the crazy beer is coming out of, and it was like, okay. Then I moved to North Carolina 3 years later, and it was like, oh, I get it.
Yeah, there's a brewery on every corner over here, so I'm sure it's similar over there.
Pretty much.
I will up my single can game for these
it's all good. It's all good, man.
No, it was a challenge set forth. I felt it, and
I did say front half beer, and I said you didn't have one, so that is a challenge. Yeah, challenge issued.
But like I was being called out, and
pick it up, fucker.
All right,
cool.
I'm gonna bring on a head brewer next episode, and this is the head brewer of Barley and Sword.
Yikes!
Which is a brewery I like here.
Yeah, cool. I'm excited. I'm so excited, especially because like PJ and I have had like a decent amount, obviously, of like East Coast and Central experiences, but obviously like not nearly as many like West Coast leaning breweries. It's sort of the couple of times that he and I visited California, which is, I don't know, collectively 4 over the last decade. 5 over the last decade. So not nearly as much as we have everywhere else. So it'll be fun to explore the California brew scene and like try to like figure out things that I can manage to get here one way or another. So
we can find ways.
Oh yeah, we'll find ways. We had not to incriminate a fan, we had a fan mail us beer during the pandemic from California, and so I did get a number of California beers, including like Anagram.
Are we not supposed to be mailing beer? Is that a bad thing?
Technically it's a felony, but that's fine.
But
it's just like a little one.
But so is reading someone else's mail. So how would they know without committing a felony, Crossland?
Ooh, that's really, we should be holding them accountable, right?
We should be holding them accountable. Yeah.
Anyway, so I got to drink a lot of California beer when that happened, but that was in 2020 or 2021. So it was a long time ago, but it was a great gift, and I'm so gracious for it. Okay.
Very good.
That said, we'll move in to the chapter here, Tigers and Lambs. A wise man once told me that flesh was the cheapest resource in the human universe and that life spends more easily than gold. I laughed when I heard that and denied him. I was a fool to do so. What a hell of a quote to kick off this chapter. You know what I mean?
One of my favorite quotes from this section, as far as like full paragraph, like just a good solid moment, that's up there with, I think it's that one.
The window.
That's more of like a single sentence moment as far as like paragraph moments.
Oh.
Dangerous thing names, that paragraph. this one and then one more that's a little later.
Sure.
And this was one of my all-time favorite kind of collection of sentences. A more statement, like a full piece of thought. And this one, I think, definitely with this plus things that have been said up to this point, it really starts to like lay those bricks and build this very clear view of this the statistics idea, this idea of death coming cheap, that I'm pretty sure is going to become a major piece of this series. This what's 1,000 lives or a million amongst the billions. And it's dark, but it's a really good line.
I'm a believer that you're going to love this character when they're introduced to the story. It's very clear the setting, like part of the tone of this, which is very different from things that like PJ and I had read before, but like this series sets it off before you in a way where it's like, well, I can kind of talk about it a little bit, but I'm not going to talk about it more than maybe that as like a hint. Like, I think you'll really like this character.
Okay.
For however long they're in the story.
That brings me to something I'm very excited to eventually get to the point of the story where we start crossing back over into the teases from earlier.
Yes.
If that makes sense. Like, I feel like we're still very much so in the this will come up. This will come up. Hey, this is going to come up. I'm very excited to get into the ups that
It came up. Yes.
Yes.
I will say there are definitely a couple of come-ups that come up sooner than later, as you might expect it.
Yeah, I mean, again, based on how chapter 12 ends, I feel like the story is about to kick off, and it's about to start moving a little bit here, is what I'm expecting.
Sure.
And if it doesn't,
yeah,
then I'm going to mail you angry beer about it.
Well, fair.
Yeah.
You signed up for this.
So, in this chapter, we settle into the momentum as Alistair expertly negotiates his way through the Belt Minor crisis and speaks of how the system itself is very well armed with a lot of uranium to fuel the war. We even get more history as well on the brutality of Lord Alistair through the lens of the destruction of House Lennon?
Yeah, linen.
Oh, okay.
Orin linen, you know, whatever the hell.
Yeah. Which what a Game of Thrones ass backstory that is. I mean, many fictional and historical story, but it just gives that Harrenhal, you know, just absolutely decimated to a glorious and mythological degree that spans across the reputation of the murdered house precedes the lord who did the murdering,
or Nero, you know, like to give it like
Very
again
Nero.
like another like in the first 50 pages of Red Rising, like it's a very similar comparison, but I think Harrenhal actually evokes it more straightforward, like in a more direct way.
Yeah, well, and with Nero, you know, we're like 3 books in before we really actually, or we're
2
a book and a half.
Yeah, but like you learn a lot about Nero in the first book, but like not as much.
Yeah, you're like, that's a bad dude, but you don't really get the idea of like what he did to the Bologna, you know, like whereas right here we're like, hey, by the way, this is chapter 4 or 5. This is a bad man who does murders, and his only regret was that there weren't more murders to do, and he would have salted their land if it would have done anything. But
what a fucking quote. Instead, he just opened the castle windows.
He had to settle for opening the castle and letting the air out. Like, he would have made sure this land could never be used for anything, but it was already desolate, so he just had to do what he could.
The bare minimum was enough. Yeah,
murdered them, smashed their genetic stores so there could never be more of them, raided their atomics, always the pragmatist, and yeah, I mean, I'm just shocked that planet is still there at this point.
that Alistair didn't just blow up the core of the planet to begin with.
Yeah. I think it's because he knew the nukes were more effective or useful to him unblown up. But I think there was probably a moment where he's like, do we just set them all off?
Why not?
All of this family's nukes? Well,
chain explosion. Let it be.
Exactly. But yeah, what a bad man, but also goes back to what I was talking about before. What a petty little guy who wants to feel important, you know? Like he temper tantrumed an entire house out of existence. Granted, they were in open rebellion against him. Don't get me wrong, but like
Well, and the only way to climb the political tree is to either like acquire land or like fuck someone else out of it. You know what I mean? Like that's
exactly.
or marry into it, but that's like generational like warfare to like achieve that kind of level, which brings it closer to like the Heron Hall comparison, which is where I kind of like that a little bit better. Because it does feel like it's something that they're like striving for over a long stretch of time. And it seems like, given the context of history that we have so far in House Marlowe, Alistair has made the biggest jumps. So he does feel like sort of not only is he the immediate patriarch, but also like maybe a larger sort of figure. Maybe his statue will be next to, the founder's statue in the hall.
Yeah. And I mean, at the end of the day, like there's political power and then there's commercial power. And I don't know where that stands so much in this universe, but there is that line where it's like, if you think you can obtain the amount of uranium that we output somewhere else cheaper legally, then do it. Like, so like clearly he has power over houses that would be considered higher than him. So he's not, he's not like the lower level dregs or anything, but I just think it's interesting that like
it seems like they're like a mid house, they're like a mid.
It's like
family.
His power and his status don't completely match, right? Like
Definitely,
he has more power than he has status,
mm-hmm.
and he desperately craves the status that matches the power he holds.
Mm-hmm.
And
because status also yields power, as he kind of talks about later. So it's like there's a combination of things where it's like, well, I have to be this, but also I can be that if I like portray this way. Becomes like a whole part.
Yeah, it's like being a billionaire and then deciding you want to be president for vanity. But
I think that Alistair's a little bit more. I don't want to call him pragmatic, but like a little bit more reasonable.
No,
anyway,
for sure.
I'd
rather Alistair
there. Yeah, right. True. It's more like JD. Nah, maybe not JD. It's more like I don't know. I don't like any of my comparisons that I'm trying to pull out of my head for like this. Know, right? Rather not a billionaire's in charge of anything, generally speaking. But we can
probably a good idea. Yeah.
That said, finally, we come to the confrontation that's most important in this chapter, which is between father and sons, the lambs, as it were, to the tiger in this chapter. And he pins this negotiation's difficulty back on Hadrian in his chat from before, also leaning against him and the impossibility of replacing the machines due to the Chantry and their questions against the diamonds of the Maricanii. There's a lot of fucking shit just like right in here. Where were you all up in that ass?
Yeah, so the first read through, so much of this just blew right by me. I was like, yep, shit's expensive. That makes sense. And then I kind of like the rest of it was words. There were a lot of words. The second time through, you catch on to this whole like aspect where I think this is the part.
Mm-hmm.
Correct me if I'm wrong, where they're talking about how like the Chantry actually hunts down where like unauthorized like automation is being used and quells it.
It's mentioned a couple of times over this, but I don't think it's specifically here, but it's earlier. There's a little bit there. There's a little bit here. There's a little bit later. But
yeah, there's just this drop somewhere in there where it's like there was one of the cultures created machines that
is right
them.
Here. Yeah, the Maricanii.
Okay, and then until those machines that served the people made the people serve the machines, and then they had to destroy the machines, and now anybody who makes machines a bit too good has to be destroyed, otherwise they might make machines that subjugate us again. Like it is a post apocalyptic of the uprising. Like Matrix happened,
Skynet happened,
Skynet happened forever ago, and now kids aren't allowed to have iPads because
outside of rich kids, of whom do get gaming consoles,
the rich kids can still be iPad kids, but the other kids have to go play kickball,
right? No, stickball.
Sorry, stick bike. They have to play stick bike, where you hit things all from the back of a motorbike.
But they do have stickball, which he mentions as well. He's like,
yes. I do prefer the sport though, where you have to hit a Palatinian.
Oh, it's way better
pipe
off the bike
from the back of a motorbike.
Palatine,
it's super fun. Palatine, yeah.
Palatinian also works well.
Feels like it is a word.
Yeah, it's so cool. It's so rich. I also love that like within this section, as you read it more deeply, there's also this intermingling of like language of fantasy and science fiction, like we've talked about a couple of times, that Ruocchio like wields readily. He says the abominations were only waiting for a foolish magus to summon them from silicon and urbidium crystal. Those lords who dabbled with the blackest arts were subjection to the Inquisition, to torture at the hands of the Cathars. And it's like this, like that is both at once so precisely in like such a crazy way. It's like,
That's
wait, who are the
so
Cathars?
good.
What's
Yeah.
going on here? You know, like what's this? What's this?
Oh man. It's like you know, like the God. This is too much of a. There's like the animated video where they're summoning something by headbutting people. I don't know if you know what I'm saying. It's fine. Someone here will know what I'm talking about.
Sure.
I'm just picturing that, but they're summoning AI.
Okay, fair. Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a cool, like, the dark magic of the old world is our technology today. Like the archaic maguses that messed with forces of nature beyond their understanding were the early technological advances in machinery and like machine learning that pushed beyond the limits of controllability. I don't know. Like it's such a fun, like,
machines are magic, you know, to some degree.
and if we look back at witchcraft, it's mostly just people trying to figure out what herbs stopped the gout, you know.
Right.
Like, so like in a lot of ways, like what is perceived as magic in the current moment is people doing science beyond what is understood, and what is perceived as magic in history are those same people, but based on the responses to them, they're twisted into maguses of myth. And it's just such a fun way to be like the misguided and, you know, to quote Jurassic Park, like the ones that would stand on the shoulders of giants and not learn the knowledge for themselves, but use what's already been done to push further, never stopping to ask themselves just because they could if they should.
Mm-hmm.
Like these people are considered dark maguses in the like history of
old Earth, of like whatever the hell is happening. Yeah.
And it's good stuff.
It's good. It's good meat. That's the
what's
good
wild
meat.
though is that's the where's the good meat. It's the good meat, and I missed it entirely on my first read.
Yeah,
entirely. On my second read, I was like, wait, whoa, that was there. I swear he added that. That was in the update.
you totally
that came out this week.
It was a part of the update to the audiobook.
Yeah, patch 3.5. I was like, wait a second.
hang on.
I also that shit.
I want to give a little bit more credit here as well to Ruocchio in his own right, because he also brings up a number of different things. The Chantry is this naturally religious organization, as we've already talked about, but he brings up the Cathars, which is such an interesting sect of Christianity from a certain subsect of time, from the 12th to roughly the 14th century. Very fun. The Cathars of Earth, meaning our Earth as they exist or existed, were a Christian subsect that was eliminated by the Catholic Church by the 14th century. They generally believed in sort of two gods in the capital G context of the word. And this was sort of the evil, they had God, as we might understand that as an entity. And then also they had the evil god of this age, which is a very Tolkien idea. It's a very much like a Sauron, or as like Satan, or like a, you know, a Morgoth as like the placater. And like these things change over time, but there's an evil force of the age. Yeah, and that's interesting because that does also speak to the Cathars of this ideal, where it's like, oh, the evil force is the computers, the machines that we have to force out.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's a fun layer.
I gotta look up some Cathars. I gotta do some reading.
Fucking sick as shit, dude. Lived in France. A lot of cool shit lived in France. We have to get over that. I didn't realize how cool France was until I started to do more historical research.
No, France is great. Just
everything that fucking sick happened mostly happened in France. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess like whenever history kind of all happened in your country, you get really schmarmy about it. I get it, but
like there's a lot of French history. Yeah. It's important.
It's good stuff.
Yeah. I was a deep French hater for France hater for a long time, and now I'm like, nah, I get it.
I don't hate France. I've just never had a customer or patient or client come in that was French that wasn't a dick to me.
Totally fair. Totally valid. But also they're like, why can you not speak my beautiful language? It is the
I'm like,
assumption
I don't
of
know,
so many
bro. You're
cultures
in
over
California.
time.
No, mostly it's like, hey, you have insurance, right? And they're like, what is that? And I'm like, you have to have that. They're like, no, I do not. And I'm like, please. And well, then it's going to cost this much. And they go, I will not pay. But then they still want to be seen, you know? And you're like, I get it. You guys murder people when they do capitalism as far as we have, and we should too. But
we don't currently.
But we don't currently. And yeah, we
We'll get
should
there.
have universal health care, but you can't bully me about it. I also want it. You know?
Yeah, right. You yelling at me does not solve the problem that I agree with you on. That said, so after his father berating Hadrian, Crispin stands up for him throughout this conversation, saying that he's good at authoring deals, leaning into him further before, like, in post of that, Hadrian insults him. He suggests sending away Gibson as well, Alistair does, leading to the conversation of languages to which we already know, like hinting that he knows that they've been speaking secretly in Lothrian and otherwise. Hadrian realizes that he's been trapped by his father, and it's likely what's to come in terms of his exact plan, as well as the way that will impact the succession as it's about to happen. There's a lot of shit going on here, but like this is all to be played out within this section. So this is like set up for what we're about to see for the most part.
Yeah. There's an interesting thing. I mean, sorry, I kind of locked in on whenever you were mentioning Crispin.
Yeah. Love Crispin.
There's an interesting line later, I think, where
I think the final
Hadrian's
Crispin bit is in Truth Without Beauty. It's the Colossus section.
But it's after that. It's specifically Hadrian and Gibson, where he's like, I don't want to be a pawn. Yep. And he's like, well, technically, like, because children are decided and then bred in tubes and genetically modified for specific purposes,
you were literally all
like
pawns.
You were always a tool. You were always going to be a pawn. There's an implication in that chapter that I think ties back to these earlier ones.
Sure.
That it's not that Alistair's, punishing Hadrian or has slowly decided over time that Hadrian isn't living up to be his heir. It's he was like, oh, we need someone in the chantry, so I need to make another son. It's been since Crispin existed in my mind that he was the heir, and they bred a taller, buffer I don't know what degree the breeding goes, but it almost seems like they were genetically tailored to the positions that Alistair planned for them to take. And Hadrian just never realized that. Like they're
or he realized what Hadrian was, and then he put him in the place that he wanted him to be, and then he bred the son that he needed to fill the other role. Yeah. I totally agree.
Also,
with you to that
do
end.
we know how, like, what the age difference is? How old
5 years.
Hadrian actually
5
is?
years.
5 years.
Yep.
Okay, because like that was
or
one
four
thing on
and
the
a half,
second
something
lesson
like
I was
that.
listening
I think
for.
he's between 4 and 5 years when Crispin shows up.
Okay, cool. Because I know that Crispin is 15. That's mentioned like a couple times.
Yes, and Hadrian is in his 20s.
20.
Yeah, early 20s.
Okay. Like 19 or 20 if it's 4
because he says such a child in my 20s, which is like a whole other thing.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Which, so if he's in his 20s now, but he's going to be like over 1,000 later.
He's a fucking
he's
kid,
pretty young.
if you consider it by, by that ratio, I guess.
All right. What else were we talking about in this section? Sorry, I logged
on.
No.
It was a good thing to lock in on because I do think that it's important to talk about. But like Crispin cares a lot about his brother, a lot more than you'd expect.
Yeah.
It's a sweet thing, and Hadrian does not give a shit for the most part. He kind of he remarks like, "Oh shit, he cares," and then like kind of dismisses it going forward entirely.
And then is an ass about him more. Yeah, the only things we see from Crispin regarding Hadrian are him being like, ow, that hurt whenever he hits him in the dueling ring, and then him defending him to their father.
And generally shit posting like a brother might. Like he's like kind of a normal brother. He's like a normal guy.
And honestly, there's an aspect where from a different perspective, I feel like Crispin was really excited for Hadrian to watch him in the Colosseum or in the Colosso.
Absolutely, which leads into the next chapter.
It's not that he's just excited about the Colosso. He's like, I'm gonna go down. You're gonna watch me, right? He
Yeah.
doesn't.
You're gonna see me.
Which-
You're gonna see me play soccer, right? You're gonna see me do the thing.
Yeah, you're
It
gonna go to my
totally
game,
is
right?
that in the next scene.
It's
Yeah.
me every time I invited my brother to one of my shows for my band. You know?
Oh.
Yeah, he went to some of my shows. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fair.
To...
As an oldest sibling, I went to everything that I could, but I get it. Yeah. Tough.
For sure.
Tough. I levied that judgment against my parents instead, as opposed to my siblings.
Yeah,
so
there you
like,
go.
Oh, you didn't fucking show up. Anyway.
Yeah, but I asked my parents not to go. I was like, no.
I asked them to go and they didn't show up, so it was an entirely separate problem. But that's fine. So this is not therapy. Truth without
I'm like,
beauty.
hey. They're like, oh, you have a show tonight. Where at? And I'm like, I'm trying to kiss girls. Don't.
Please don't show up. Yeah, this is not the show. Maybe when I'm actually at the school talent show in 2 weeks.
That one you can
go
to.
That one would be great.
Exactly.
Yeah. So truth without beauty. What is science fiction fantasy without like a proper Colosseum? You know what I mean? Like obviously we mentioned the Colosso earlier. We moved to this large Colosso. It's cool. Hadrian sits there though in his like bougie box drawing with charcoal, just so bored of the bluster and the fighting down below as Crispin sits eagerly awaiting the next challenger as he's on after them.
I have a bet.
Mentioned. Yeah.
I have a bet.
Yeah.
Hadrian is going to end up in a Colosso at some point against his will.
Ooh. Prediction. Hadrian
is going to be, because he said little more than a slave as one of the things that he's been. This is a lot of setup for Colosso culture. I have a prediction that Hadrian may be an unwilling participant in a Colosso at some point in the future. I will say within the next 2 books.
Okay. All right. Cool. We'll take that. We'll take that bet. It does seem like it's playing a lot into this. This also leads him into a reflection on like old Earth and people deploring violence as it existed and sort of like more history and like what old Earth was and sort of the way that it was, which leads to like a nuclear war in the capital H homeworld. Like there's some like weird glory.
He's like these little violence whores who are always doing war who blew themselves up would have thought we were monsters because we watched a couple of killings on the weekend for fun. You know? Mm-hmm. And the people we're killing are criminals, so it's fine.
So it's fine. Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah,
also he's like, but I don't really like it, you know?
Yeah. Oh, I want to we've talked a lot about like kind of the more poetic dives into like human nature or some of the more just nice like brisk romantic sentences. This gives us one of the first, in my opinion, true sci-fi fantasy, the stuff I live for. This gives us our first like alien monster thing.
Oh, the Cielson description.
No, well, not the Cielson. The weird winged bat creature whose
the pterodactyl
neck
thing
is teeth that opens up to a cavern of mouth that is tearing apart these slaves. I read that and I was like, oh yeah, like I'm excited for fantasy that actually gives me wild alien creatures. You know, like I think Red Rising gives you some like carved things that are fun, but they're
reminiscent of mythology. You know what I mean? Like they're like normal.
Yeah. Give me the weird. Give me the shit from space humans weren't supposed to see, which he talks about in this. He's like, there's something deep in my biology that knows what things are supposed to look like from old Earth, and this is not it. And like, there's something in me that tells me this is wrong.
It's very Monster Hunter-esque. Like it's very fucked up. Yeah.
Like it almost drifts into like the monster itself is just like a good, like horrific, like a good, like alien horror monster. But his description of like how his body recoils from the very idea of it existing, even in a world where it shouldn't be weird that these things are out there, almost drifts into cosmic horror, you know? And like there's just that brief moment before we dip into like a introspective noodling about the importance of art versus accuracy. We just get like, hey, here is like one of the coolest designed like alien monster bats. Like what's the difference between a picture and a portrait?
From but from Ruocchio's perspective. So like removing this from Hadrian writing this, right? Like from Ruocchio's perspective, I love this comparison. He draws an image in our mind of something that is very unique, very harrowing, and meant to like call something very deep to us, right? Like you're mentioning. And then he goes into a conversation of like, what's the difference between like the idea of like what I'm portraying to you or the immediate image? Like what's the value therein?
Exactly. And it's
and
also,
it portrays it being like, that's fucking crazy. You love that shit. You wouldn't love what it would look like if I actually took a photo. You'd be like, okay,
yeah,
I get that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And there's that aspect of it where you said this is a writer's book, right?
Yeah.
Because the description given to the creature is very vague.
Mm-hmm.
You know that it is somewhere between a pterodactyl and a dragon of old stories, but its neck opens into rows of impossible teeth. That's pretty much the entire description. But from that pterodactyl dragon, you know it's winged. You know that it probably is scaled. You understand that there's a large
talons,
neck and some sort of talons. You assume there's some level of beak, snout, or equine,
or maybe
face.
It unfolds openly from the mouth. Maybe it just like opens like that, widely like a worm. Yeah.
Everybody that reads that scene pictures something along the same general lines, completely different from each other.
Right.
But we all felt like we pictured the right thing.
Which is art. And
then he goes into the description about it's not about capturing the exactness of the image, it's about capturing the truth of the image. We all get the truth of that image, but none of us picture the exact thing.
Yeah.
And I think that's so beautifully laid out next to each other.
It's the best chapter of the week, man. Like...
Yeah. Truth Without Beauty is truly where I will say, even on both reads, less so on the second one, you start reading it and you're like, yeah, this is good. And then you're in there and you're like, it's a lot of info, but I'm right there with you. It's a good world. I like this world. I start to slip every single, like both times. There's good stuff, but like my mind starts to wander more. And then we hit Truth Without Beauty and I snap right back in. And I'm like, oh, hey, this is some good shit. And I stay until through chapter 12. But there is just like, there's something about Truth Without Beauty that he poured a little extra sauce in, I think he was smiling, chuckling, kicking his feet a little whenever he was typing this up.
I hope so, man, because this is a
he knew he was cooking with this chapter. This is a good, this chapter, the next chapter, and the chapter after it all have moments where I'm like, fuck, that's good.
You nailed it. You have this nailed down.
Exactly. Yeah.
To give credence to what we're saying, obviously, Crispin leaves with Robin to go down to his actual dueling. Did you finish your tequila already? You already done with your cocktail and your tequila? I mean, I guess I
didn't drink really for the first half.
That's fair. You took the shot. I've had a couple of beers. So that's fine. But I was just like, wow, cheers, champion. That said, leaving the young lordling to look at his charcoal paintings, portraits, and give us some ruminations on art. And I've got a couple of quotes here that I pulled, of course. As I grew up, however, I realized there was nothing singular about the process. A photograph might capture the facts of an object's appearance, colors, and details rendered perfectly at a higher resolution than any human eye could appreciate. By the same token, a recording or RNA memory injection might convey a subject with perfect clarity. But in the same way that the close reading allows the reader to absorb, to synthesize the truth of what he reads, drawing allows the artist to capture the soul of a thing. I just want to say, this just gives credence to what we're doing right now is like a podcast, because we're reading closely and trying to pay attention, giving clarity to deeper things, right? So this validation within the first section of what we're reading.
I mean, yeah, if you need to read it that way to feel valid, that's fine.
Some of us do, totally Josh. Some of us have been doing this for 5 years and are looking for validation for what we've done from an author.
Right?
Just kidding. One of us has been doing this. Yeah.
What I'm doing is, it might not be accuracy, but it's
time.
Truth. What I'm doing is truth.
Right. It's valid. Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you, Christopher. No, I really love this scene because also even let's get out of the specifics of the world for a second.
Sure.
Come into our world.
Talk
about art. Even with photography.
This is so anti-AI art, in its immediacy also,
exactly,
which is so cool.
Exactly.
Anyway, sorry. Yeah.
Even in photography, I think that the difference between good picture and great photography, is how you can manipulate that image. You know, like, is there a blur? Or
Mhm.
is the lighting doing something with the film that isn't natural to give the effect of the feeling of the moment? And it's
Mhm.
capturing the feeling of the moment.
Energy. It's getting
One
something
thing I
else. Yeah.
have, like, actually a deep connection to, it's something that I do all the time, is music. The you just absolutely cannot mix a recording the same way you would that song live and get the same feeling out of it.
There
There's
are only a
no
couple of
recording.
instances that get close, even.
Right.
Yeah.
And like, I'll guarantee you that if there was a live recording, you have to do things different than you did in the stadium, not because the sound's different, not because of the science of, oh, well, there's people in the room and it sounds this way, because you have to do certain things. You have to add and subtract to make sure that you amplify in a way that the visuals, that the vibrations, that the roar of the crowd and the feeling of the people around you gives in the moment within the recorded thing. And that's where, like, music is
Untenable.
truth and a
Yeah.
recording
Right.
is just the memory of that, you know?
Mhm.
And so
It's
there's
an
like,
essence. Yeah.
go see live shows, kids. Support your
Yes,
local music scene.
you should.
Um,
Both of us agree on this. Both of us go to many shows a year. We love music.
yeah.
That's like our diet.
And
Like, we both love fiction very deeply, but I think we both actually have a deeper love of music than we
I
probably
believe
do
that's probably true.
fiction. No joke.
Um, yeah, I'm trying to write a book. I've been in
Yeah.
12 bands, you know?
Right.
Uh,
I've been in no
there,
bands. I'm
I'll
trying to write a book. Well, I've written a couple of books, but like, it's fine.
move
I
to
would have
SoCal.
rather
Let's start
written
a
a
band.
dozen songs.
Yeah, move to SoCal, start a band with me. Let's go.
Cool.
I mean, I'll move to wherever the
North
hell
Carolina's
you
great.
are.
Cheap as shit by comparison. Anyway,
A lot less songs about it, but that's fine. You know.
true.
Uh, and if you're gonna go to a show, boys and girls, and everybody
Theys,
else,
thems, anyone else that's excited.
which, by the way, if you're non-binary, I like you more than the rest of them, but don't tell them.
Plural, yeah, I like you.
Yeah. If you're gonna go to shows, don't just go to the big ones. Stadiums are cool. See your favorite bands that aren't as
Fuck yeah.
popular at some medium large venues. But I swear to God, if you think about it and you realize you haven't been in a max occupancy 200 people room with a band you don't really know in the past
Just go
year,
do
you're
it.
overdue.
Yeah.
You're overdue. Pick one. Go on social media and be like, bands in town, and find a shitty band and go see that show. It's different. It feels different. That's real music. That's the art that Christopher is talking about here, in my opinion. And
It's one version of it for sure. Like, it's one version of that sort of
right.
like, no, I just mean that like people will
Yeah,
take this in a lot of different directions, right? And sort of that's the intention. Like, you cannot take in any other form, like he says, like a recording or an RNA memory injection to convey the idea. You have to be there. You have to do it. You have to, like, the physical practice is a thing too. If you're
exactly.
doing the art yourself, so do it, absorb, understand, be there, do something.
As a just obviously as a musician, as someone who's into literature, physical art, dabble in photography, I think that, like, more than anything, I just like to consider myself an artist trying it out.
Point
You know,
blank.
like, I'm
Yeah.
an artist, an art hobbyist, but like an artist beyond anything. Every art form I just think is like a new mystery to unwind, a new box to open, whether you're good at it or bad at it, or you ever make anything out of it. Like, art is kind of the point of it all.
Right.
And this, God, this section spoke to me so much.
It's impossible for not to if you give a shit about this sort of like medium to begin with, right? Like, to put it into the second half of the quotes terms, because like you could read the full 2 pages of this and like just feel nothing but validation, but to give just the second beat of this time, the artist sees things not in terms of what is or might be, but in terms of what must be, of what our world must become. This is why a portrait will, ever to the human observer, always defeat the photograph. It is why we turn to religion even when science objects, and why the least scholiast might outperform a machine. The photograph captures creation as it is. It captures fact. Facts bore me in my old age. It is the truth that interests me, and the truth is in charcoal or in vermilion, by whose properties I record this account. not in data, laser light. Truth lies in rote, but in the small and subtle imperfections, the mistakes that define art and humanity both. And this is an interesting thing. From that quote, he then goes to counter the quote from Keats, which is, beauty, the poet wrote, is truth, referencing John Keats, of which this quote ends with, beauty, truth. He says he was wrong. They are not the same. And I think that Ruocchio is actually right here. And I fucking love John Keats, but holy fuck, like in the context of what he's talking about, yeah, true. Ruocchio is dealing with a more real world in the moment and like everything else that's going on in 2016 to 2019 when he was editing this over the course of time. But like, holy fuck, so accurate.
I'm gonna do a little.
Here. So are we looking for the dates on this?
Looking for, well, I was specifically looking for the years that John Keats lived and wrote.
Oh, sure.
Because I was like, that's like 18th century generally.
1795 to like he died at like 26 or something like that. So like early 1800s. Yeah. Not that long.
There's an aspect too that I think is interesting where John Keats probably lived in a world that had, our world sucks, but our world is also better in a lot of ways than, I think that, not to get too immediate in like the philosophical, but I think that
it's part of the point of this podcast, Josh.
Part of what we're part of what we're experiencing right now is not that the world is worse than it's been, but it's one of the first times in most people alive's lifetimes that is actually a backslide where things are getting less good. We still live in a world where like
we've slid forward generally. Objectively,
most of living people's lives we've been sliding forward, so it's interesting to be in a consecutive backslide. So it feels like this is the worst things have ever been, because this is kind of the worst things have ever been trajectorially for living people. John Keats lived in a world where like you had 17 kids and hoped 4 of them made it.
Right? Yeah.
He probably lived
25, 26. So like,
he lived in a world where the ugliness of the world, which we will talk about later, but is on full display here in the Colosso with Hadrian, was just constant reality. That was the image. That was the photograph. And so the beauty was what you found in
small moments,
abstraction to that.
Yeah.
So truth is found in these moments where life isn't horrific.
Mm-hmm.
In 1795. That's the way I like to read that quote, because I do think like the context of the reality of the situation of people living in that era where like, all right, the winter's here, will I make it?
I also want to just make sure that we're not suggesting that John Keats, born in 1795, was writing that as a baby. He was writing that in like,
right. Okay. Yes. You're right.
I'm just giving you shit. But yes, no, I totally get you. You're so right. Yeah.
The scaling everything of life was getting better. Yeah. Life started getting better rapidly within like the last 100 years.
No, I know. I was just like imagining baby John Keats writing "Beauty is Truth."
Hey, he died at 25. That's still a baby. He didn't write it
by
old.
Hadrian standard for sure. And he also Hadrian calls him the poet, which is like a whole separate thing, like
wild.
The poet, which implies that Keats is maybe the biggest poet. I don't know.
Maybe by the time. Maybe by the time Hadrian's around, the things that have survived, it's Keats. I think it's Eric Sean Nally, but we can get into that later.
An interesting call out, but I don't think Keats he survives ever write, the text. Yeah,
life is a bitch, but she's totally doable. Did he? Did he ever write that?
No, but I got to give it to Kipling with like "if" and like a lot of other Kiplingisms, but fair.
No, I think that there is a part of this where Keats and Hadrian are saying the same thing, but Hadrian is disagreeing because he doesn't fully understand or doesn't comprehend the context of what Keats is saying. Because I think that Keats is acknowledging the brutal and the ugly and the truth of that. And he's saying like truth is the like reasoning and beauty you find within it.
But
Whereas
the difference is that like Hadrian is saying that like truth is the photograph, truth is the immediate thing, and he's calling it the Colossos the opposite. Like there's truth in what they did, but it isn't the truth. Like there's like an
well Hadrian's saying fact is the photograph. Truth is
the
understanding
point.
of that.
You're right. It's definitely right.
But I digress.
It's such a good image. It's such a good chapter. It's one of the best written. I think this is part of the reason that like I latched into this, because like I immediately grabbed onto like, oh, this is a Keats quote. Oh, we're immediately talking about like Stoicism. Oh, like we're talking about all these different things. And I was like, that's really fascinating. Where the fuck are we going? And like this was the chapter also that made me go, this is where the fuck we're going. We're going to not only talk about like art and the value of it, we're going to talk about like stories, the truth of them. We're going to debate the ideals of like what an ideal story looks like and how much truth should we allow into that story versus like allowing it to be like a heroic part of the mythos. Yada, 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 yada. It gets so wide and the berth is so deep that I'm so excited to counter it and encounter it going forward forever and ever, my friend. Sorry, I say weird shit at times, but now we're here. So after all that, go ahead.
Sorry, just I'm trying to remember because his name cannot be John Keats, but his first name was John. I swear to God, his last name was Keats.
John Maynard Keats, if I remember correctly.
No, the poet for sure.
Yeah.
There's a guy who plays saxophone for a band called Puma Blue that I'm realizing in this moment I think is named John Keats because like he's like a guy that is friends with the singer of our band, and it's bugging me that I'm like, how did I never be like, your name's John Keats? But I think it's John K-E. It might be like John Keeks or something.
Oh, fair. Not like Keats proper. Not like Keats proper.
Yeah,
okay.
it's or at least it's spelt different.
Fair. That's funny. I was just like, what? You know it?
No,
John
it was just a
Keats?
moment where I was like, wait, is that his fucking name? Anyways.
Also, whose parents would do that to them? You know, like not to be like a downer, but like I'm a
last name
Shaw.
is
If you need me like George Shaw, like we're just signing up for fucking trouble. Like I am not.
Yeah.
There are a number of problematic. Well, not problematic, but like associational names. You don't.
Yeah, like if my parents named me Pharaoh, that'd be crazy. Ramses.
Pharaoh Ramsey. Yeah. No, I get it. I was just tracking. Okay.
I was like trying to. Don't name me Gordon for sure.
No Gordon for Josh. After all that, Hadrian leaves the box and the glory and the truth of the arena to his brother, of whom we find out later does well. And, Hadrian strolls away. We then move to Majwa. Nothing more to say there. Hadrian makes it out to the street.
I have something to say there.
Oh, do you?
Stay for your brother's show. That's it.
Fuck
we'll
yeah.
move on. We already talked
like
about it.
Like we mentioned earlier, like, come on, dude. Like, this is a disappointing moment for me with Hadrian, but it makes sense with the amount that he, like, does not care. He doesn't give a shit about Crispin.
Yeah, but he doesn't even leave because he doesn't want to watch his brother do the thing. He's like, oh, it's gross, but it doesn't even cross his mind that he should stay and watch his brother.
What's so interesting to me, though, is that this also tracks with his family's behavior against each other or to each other, right? For the most part, outside of Crispin himself. Like, no one shows up for each other. No one does the thing outside of, like, what's mandated of them. So simultaneously, like, Hadrian's behavior makes sense in the context of everyone else. But also, Crispin has proven to be better than that, supporting Hadrian and like being amped to like play and fight with him one way or another. So like you would think that there would be a different dichotomy there as far as like a brotherhood goes. But there's not.
Man, maybe Hadrian is Carnus. And Crispin is Cassius.
Maybe, dude.
Maybe.
but the point being is that like
but Carnus like kills a bunch of people later, and I don't think Hadrian's gonna do that. So
I mean, you don't think Hadrian's gonna do that when he blows up his head? I get the point. but I think the core sentiment that I'm trying to point out here is that like the family is not a family. So like the family unit as we might expect it to be is not the way that it's behaving. And Crispin, more than Hadrian, expects it to be that way. Hadrian expects it out of his parents. Crispin seems to expect it out of everyone. And like he appeases his father, he appeases his mother, he appeases his brother. But like, brother doesn't give a shit. Father doesn't give a shit. Doesn't give a shit. Well, father gives enough of a shit about him because he's like, at least he's doing his fucking. He's at least changing his own diaper. You know what I mean?
With family like these, who needs enemies?
True. Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. With that in mind, we'll move into Madowa. Hadrian makes it out to the street and decides to hoof it back, it being only a couple miles away from their castle. Here we see the life at the street level, which is kind of a big deal. Plebeians and serfs working, living their lives forbidden any technology, rowing boats in the sea, and in many ways, he questions what it is to be human. Is he more than human, genetically developed as a specimen that he is? Or are they, the hardy stock of nature and nurture, more human than he is?
This scene's interesting because like as he starts it, he doesn't go into the like, oh, maybe they're the more human immediately. He sees them, he's like, they have
they're rowing, they're cheering, and they're sad.
Pores.
Yeah.
Those aren't humans. Ugh. And I was like, that's more human than you, bitch. And then like he goes on to actually have that like thought.
Kind of ramps into it. Yeah.
Now. But yeah, like I was just kind of like I was mad at the guy while I was reading. I was like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And then he brings up like the name of the ship, the ship that has all of its parts.
Oh, Theseus. Yeah, he mentions the ship of Theseus.
He mentions the ship of Theseus.
Yeah. Is someone who is built of all those component parts the same after they've been rebuilt so many times over and over and over again?
Exactly. Yeah. And he's like, "Am I even human? Because like every part of me has been changed out for the specific purpose that I've been designed and genetically coded for. These guys just got born. How am I thinking that they're less human than me whenever I'm a genetic monster and they're actual humans, you know?" And I think that that's like, that's where I land on it. I think like, you know, Hadrian is hardly any more or less human than a Cielson at this point, but
how do you feel about the ship of Theseus equation as it relates to like Hadrian and humanity? Like, how do you?
I think it makes sense because they've been switching. They basically did eugenics with like way more steps. They've just been slowly changing out genetic code in.
They did Brave New World to be more like it is eugenics. Let's be clear. Like it's not eugenics, but it is also like
I guess the difference is eugenics is where you go out in the world and you get rid of the genes you don't want.
They're doing something where they just subtract and you prevent breeding in other ways, right? Like so that's
so it's like they don't care if those genes carry on. It's just about them genetically changing out the ones they keep for their upper level of.
Yeah. Excellent.
Nothing happened.
Josh got delivered a little tequila.
That was water.
Oh, water?
That was just
it looked
brownish
clear
water.
With a single ice cube in it. So
how do you drink your water?
Aggressively, like that. As you pass it from hand to hand. Anyway.
Yeah, no. So I think the ship of Theseus thing is accurate. Like at a certain point, whenever over generation to generation, you genetically code a human race
to
be a specific way, you've removed everything biological about the creation of a human. And so what are you creating? And in a lot of ways, if the portrait is truth and the photograph is fact, Hadrian is fact, and these people he's seeing are truth. Because they're just the natural ugliness that is creation in its pure form, whereas he is a photograph of what humanity is pictured and should be.
Love that comparison. I think that you've nailed something that I think is like lost on a lot of people that are reading this, where it's like Hadrian is an idealized version of what humanity is, not what humanity actually is. Although simultaneously at this point in the world, that is what humanity could be. but is it still humanity? Is this just instead like the nature of palatines? You know,
if 100 million palatines exist, but 100 trillion real humans exist, then the palatines are still incredibly rare little freaks, you know?
Right.
Like,
I think that they mentioned that the number of palatine, like the number of people that are on his level is in the millions, 10 millions.
which is
like
yeah,
it's not that high, but like it's, you know, you're innumerable.
10 millions though. Like, again, I think they even mentioned how many like trillions of people are on a specific system.
Mm-hmm.
So 10 million is an insanely low number.
Right.
Are
It's
you
actually
telling, so
if we talk about the Peerless Guard, Ruocchio actually did the math to work out what the Peerless Guard is by comparison to population compared to Pierce Brown. I'm not trying to compare this. We are not trying to compare this to the Red Rising. We just can't help it when we're in the beginning here. Yeah.
By the way, this is us starting the beginning of what is a social media campaign that we're going to get Ruocchio and Brown into an octagon.
Can't wait
to beat the shit out of each other.
No offense to Christopher Ruocchio, but
Brown would kick his ass.
Fucking built. He'd kick the shit out of. He'd kick the shit out of all three of us if we were ganging up on him.
I was gonna say you could put Ruocchio, me, and you in the octagon against Brown, and we would all apologize.
Right? Yeah, we'd get our shit rocked.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair that Brown looks the way he does and writes the way he does. You should have one or the other, but we're not talking about Red Rising. We're talking about.
We're trying not to talk about Red Rising
Sun
any more
Eater.
than we need to, but you know, Josh and I also never talked about Red Rising, so it's sneaking in here from time to time. So yeah.
And I think inherently a big reason why we're doing this series is because
it calls back to our very first
Red Rising.
Yeah.
You and PJ started this journey with Red Rising. We're starting with Sun Eater. They are very parallel books in a lot of ways.
That's the intent.
I'm wearing an Omnivore Lupus shirt with a sling blade. It's gonna happen.
I'm just wearing a weird like smiley face, like Halloween-y, like kind of weird ghosty sweater. So that's my.
I don't remember that part of Red Rising, but that's cool.
From the drummer of Millen Collins, like punk, like, you know, fucking shirt band. Yeah, that's it. That's why. Anyway, I digress.
Anyways, in the grand scheme of tens of millions of people to multiple trillions, like you're talking about the population of Los Angeles,
right?
Compared to a universe, of people. That's insane. That's insane. We haven't on Earth made it to 10 billion yet, and that is a fraction, an infinitesimal, almost inconsequential portion of a trillion.
But also they're in charge of everything, which is like the 1% problem, right? Like that's what's so fascinating about this. It's like it's not a capitalistic society as it naturally exists, but it's also like a trade base. There's this whole other system that exists on top of it, which is based on
hyper-capitalism, feudalism, caste systems.
Mm-hmm.
They all loop back to just be the same thing.
kind of. Yeah. And I think
at the end of the day, it always comes down to
it's all power, but yeah.
Yeah, it's the idea that you toil for the landlord. At the end of the day, how many of us rent an apartment that is probably owned ultimately up the chain by the same company we work for? So they give us money that we give exactly back, and we live off of $200. That's our actual wage.
Right, working for
it's still just a caste system,
right? Like, yeah. I definitely get it. I do think that this universe tries to distinguish that a little bit, or like draw a little bit of a line of distinction. And I only mean that in the fact that like it innately this system doesn't support capitalism. Like I think that's what it's trying to distance itself from, is like there are values of a capitalistic market within it, which is the value of uranium, but that's out of necessity. That's out of like the natural boon of the thing. That's capitalism within a different system, as an economic system. Yeah. It's not capitalism being the driving force of the governing mechanism, which is the way that we live with.
That's a system that requires capitalism rather than capitalism driving a system.
Correct. Yes. So like that's where I differentiate this. This is an empire by and large.
I mean, at this point, I don't know enough about the world. There could totally be a significantly more effective, cleaner option than uranium.
There's
but
some
at
other
this
there's some
point-
other deals, man.
At this point, the uranium's too quintessential to the Empire's economy.
There
that
is
they can't
practically a
switch
whole
out.
chapter here that we're not going to talk about very much that is literally just about the way that like the economy works.
Yeah.
And we don't need to say more than we get it. You know, like-
Yeah, exactly. All right. So, anyways, we haven't even gotten into
No. Yeah.
Maidwa.
We're in it reasonably, I would say.
But we haven't gotten to the zoom, 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 hitty hitties.
No. There's the zoom, 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 hitty hitties when the man gets beat up on the streets. How'd you feel about of the assault of Hadrian?
Eat him up. I don't like the guy.
Man, you've never.
I'll be real.
We talked about a lot of main characters over the course of all of our time talking about fiction. It's like you're not in love with Hadrian, and that's I wasn't either. But also, wow.
No, I think I'll think he's cool once he's worse.
Fair. Yeah.
I think right now there's nothing I dislike more than like God. There's nothing I dislike more than like a filthy rich nepo baby who thinks their life is hard. And so like it's rough. Hadrian's a rough sell for me. Darrow, immediate sell. I'm like, works the mines, gets beat up, but just loves to dance and drink. Hell yeah, sign me up. Like, smoke a burner. But it is always.
But Hadrian, I guess the thing that I would give, I think that you might be suggesting this even in the way that you're talking about it. Hadrian doesn't like that lifestyle. He doesn't like that to begin with.
Oh yeah, exactly.
He thinks that it's wrong.
I think I'm gonna like him more. Because, all right, so it's easy to think that something's wrong whenever you're benefiting from it.
Of course.
Like, it's easy to be like, wow, capitalism's bad. And then you still ordered from Amazon today. I know I do it, like.
Right.
I'm excited to see Hadrian when faced with the reality of being a real human.
Sure.
I'm excited to see Hadrian whenever he's faced with the reality of being something beyond human, as is implied. He says it himself that he's going to become something that is beyond what like the regenerative genetic can do. I'm excited to see Hadrian experience life that's bad, basically.
Sure. Yeah.
And there was more to it than that, but we'll start with there. I'm excited to just like get Hadrian out of this world that we're in. That this is kind of that first moment of like real world colliding with Hadrian, and it's interesting that he approaches it where like he's the 0.0001% and he thinks he's the real human meat pipe,
Yeah, right. Meat stickball.
Yeah.
Yeah,
meat stickball, you're the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also I think it's good storytelling if you're going to tell the 1,000-year ascension of devil god myth to start really small, but I was a little disappointed. I get that he got his hand smashed like right away, it's fine, but I was like, oh okay, this is a top tier person who's been training all of his life for combat, and then like he gets into that moment where he's like, I should run but I fight back, and I was like, let's see him take one of these guys out, and then he just gets his ass kicked.
Part of me, and again, it's this like unreliable narrative thing, is like, did he maybe do better here? And like he's downplaying it for the story, for the mythos' sake.
That's a good
like, did he
point.
maybe stab one of them? And like one isn't impressive
Right?
enough because he didn't win. He lost still. And he's just
So
like
he has to like play
downplaying
it in a different way.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. And that's
Yeah.
that's a weird component of this, is sometimes like there are certain components where I'm like, are you myth building? Or is this like real in the way that it was portrayed?
Did he even get hit as hard as he said he did? Did he destroy
Well,
his hand
clearly
as much,
he
or
was
did he want
like, it was a serious problem in which like a lot of people would probably from the outside be able to recount like, oh yes, the devil's son of Maidwa was like put into the hospital for a while. So like something happened between A and B.
I think that there's you read some stuff at like 12 years old and it
Yeah,
sticks with you,
right.
and then other stuff bugs you whenever
Right.
it like conflicts with that.
Because you're like, C.S. Lewis never lied to me.
No, there's a scene specifically in Game of Thrones, the first book in the Song of Ice and Fire.
Sure.
Also the name of the show.
The
I
only
think
book
most
that I've
people
read.
know what Game of
Yep.
Thrones is. Have any people do you think that people here know what Game of Thrones is?
I would hope so.
Maybe. Okay, so it's like a fantasy series. It's
Sure.
not very big.
Yep.
Anyways, there's a scene in the first book and in the show in the first season where Jon Snow goes and is training with the people who were sent to the wall.
Mhm.
And he's winning. He's kicking their asses 3-on-1, whatever, no problem. And there's that moment where he has to like speak with like the head of the Night's Watch where
Yeah.
he's like, yeah, they hate you. And he's like, why? Because I'm better than them. And he's like, you're not better than them. You grew up being trained by master swordsmen, like in a castle. These are thieves who stole bread to live. Of course, you're gonna kick all their asses. You're not doing them any good by beating them. Teach them. So, like,
Right.
there's this moment where I'm like, this kid grew up with the best of the best training. These are just some little shits on a bike. Like,
Little derps.
clearly,
Yeah.
he's gonna destroy him, and then he doesn't. And I was like, ah, like, but I think that there's something to be said for both storytelling approaches.
Mhm.
This one works for what we're doing here. But like,
I think it's good that he loses, to be frank, because like
yeah,
Hadrian
I just would
Marlowe
like to
seems
see him do a
unstoppable,
little more.
You know.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree that I feel like he should have a little bit more initiative inside of this, but I think that there's like this there's this like sort of like casual aura that he like pulls around himself, and he's like very easily like able to kind of walk through the scenes, and also like simultaneously through a lot of the scenes, and then simultaneously he has these moments in which I question whether or not it's truly what was stated or what happened. And I think that in my heart of hearts, I think that Hadrian's beefing up the story here, and that he fought poorly. Like he lost very clearly.
Yeah.
But like he tried. But like telling the story, he's like, nah, I just lost. Man, I don't want to talk about the times that I like swung out and like I was bad at this. I think I'm just there. You know,
Yeah.
like he's not, it's not that he's erasing any like chances or swings that he took. But that's good, because I think that a lot of the rest of his story thus far has been like just strictly victorious in a lot of ways. I mean, I guess he's been like consistently losing against his father, but like he's on the up and up as a person of the peerage.
Yeah.
So it's tough to say. Actually, Hadrian pretty much just loses throughout this whole week.
I was gonna say
he's kind of a
think
loser.
of a single win he's gotten here.
But in reality, he still feels like a winner in my heart for some reason, because he's like so far ahead as a person in this society.
He won in the conversation using the secret languages, and no, he didn't get away with that.
No, he didn't get away with that. Yeah,
he won. He won whenever he used his expertise with the Cielson to like get a leg up in the conversation. No, he had to apologize.
Like kind of won there. He kind of like a little bit. He like a little bit won.
Okay. Yeah. He won whenever he got the shit kicked out of him in the
streets. Yeah. When he fought the bikers with a knife, and he was totally so skilled with the knife, and he could totally call up his Roy shield, but then didn't, and then.
Yeah, he's probably gonna win in the next chapter when he kisses a girl, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. 2 chapters away, but yeah, real bad.
Big win,
real big win for that guy. I want to give space here for the quote here that I love, that fills out a lot of the rest of this. Certain scholiasts teach that experience is only the sum of its parts, that our lives may be reduced to a set of equations, that they may be factored, weighed, balanced, and understood. They believe the universe is one of objects, and that we are only objects among objects, that even our emotions are no more than electromechanical processes carried out in our brains, accessories to be pressures of bloody-handed evolution. This is why they struggle with apatheia, the freedom from emotion. This is their great failing. Human beings do not inhabit a world of objects, nor did our consciousnesses evolve to live in such a place. We live in stories, and in stories we are subject to phenomena beyond the mechanisms of space and time. Fear, love, death, and wrath, and wisdom, These are as much parts of our universe as light and gravity. The ancients called the gods,
Called them gods.
for we are their creatures, shaped by their winds.
So
Mythology crazy. Goes hard.
I'm not going to take the time for it, but I do think that the following like 2 lines are worth.
No. I actually
addition.
almost pulled like the whole like extra paragraph for the record here, but I was like, God damn it, I've already pulled so much of this.
It's long, but this is specifically. So I have a friend who got me into the first law. I mean, you also were a part of getting me into the first law. Who is like my reader friend locally here. Shout out to Tim. Tim, I was telling like, yeah, you should read Sun Eater. Like, I'm 12 chapters in, I'm really enjoying it, and we're going to be covering it here. And he's like, yeah, no, it seems cool, but I like fantasy more than sci-fi. And I read him this section.
Ooh, including
this was
like,
the section I chose. Basically this through like the no prayer, no city.
Right. Sift the sands of every world and sort the dust of space between them. You will find not one atom of fear, nor gram of love, nor dram of hatred. Yet they are there unseen and uncertain as the smallest quanta and just as real. And like the smallest quanta, they are governed by principles beyond our control. It just felt like it was too much to pull for a single quote, but you're so right.
That to me, that's the closure. Yeah. And then it goes on to basically say like,
what is our response to chaos? What is our response to chaos? That's the question after this. Like, what are we doing?
Chaos
here?
Just
we build
exists.
An empire to try to like do better. Like this is like, oh
yeah, you build an empire, you call your emperors gods, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who you are. You can take a wrong turn on the wrong street,
none of that
and
fucking
get
matters.
piped in the fucking face.
Right, none of it matters. All that genetic purity, all that innocence, everything you pumped into that man does not matter, because at the end of the world, at the end of the day, we're all human. We're all just about to be we're all just like a wrong street block away from getting like murdered.
I'm gonna swerve my earlier statements all the way back. I'm gonna say I was wrong. This line makes him losing that badly worth it. Like,
hell yeah.
Because you can have all the training in the world, you can be the richest guy in the world, you can set your entire society up to make you invincible. One wrong step and you could end up in chaos.
Josh, I have something entirely different to talk about with this section, but I love it that you've like leaked into this immediately. This is intentionally, I believe, from Christopher Ruocchio's design to be like talking about stoicism and like the Stoic ideology. He's boiling this down, especially because he's calling out the theme of apatheia. Apatheia is like a big part. It's this idea that like as a Stoic, you are working towards this ideal in which you are not regarding anyone else's opinion as impacting the way that you interact with the world. So that's apathetic, or as we might consider it today. It's not exactly the way that they thought about it, because apatheia was a thing that you would aspire to but could never achieve. Like it was meant to be like this sort of unreachable, distant goal. And you might be able to like do that for certain things, but you can't do it for everything, because you should never be able to do it for everything. You're not meant to be like a stone-hearted individual who can resist all emotional resistance forever. That was not the intent. The intent was like, hey, you can inure yourself to some of the problems that exist in the world. Now, that said, there is an interesting conversation that exists here, and I'm so sorry that we're doing this within the span of time where you're like, I have a limited amount of time, but I have to have this conversation. I believe that actually also there's a chance that Hadrian is misinterpreting apatheia for atraxia, and atraxia is instead the Epicurean level of the belief, of which is very similar, but it's instead like a goal that you can aspire to, that you may drift towards in time, and they're actually interchangeable words in Latin. So this makes sense for Hadrian to maybe confuse them for one another, and then also confuse like who is talking about who. Because like the Epicurean beliefs did not line up, and they were in direct contrast to the Stoic beliefs. Epicurus and his followers generally believe that like there is an ideal in which we can achieve and we can be these sort of people, and that is sort of the atraxia state. Meanwhile, for like most of the people that followed Stoicism, it was like, hey, that's like a goal distantly, but like we can't get there, and we're never going to get there. We're going to try our best, like go in that direction, but like we can't do it. And those are like conflicting ideas. Yeah, so like in this singular quote, he like nails both of those ideas in such an interesting way.
Yes, very much so. I do want to say really quickly, my education is associate's level, right? Like,
totally fine, totally valid. Mine is less than that.
Some college, but what I want to say within that is that I took a lot of literature classes in my 6 years to get my 2-year degree.
Dope.
That have nothing to, my degree has nothing to do with literature. I just like taking the classes. That's why it took 6 years.
Of course.
I think that you just described Epicurean.
Yeah.
Epicurean versus Stoicism and
Apatheia versus Atraxia.
Apatheia versus Atraxia. Probably more understandably than anybody in my 6 years of my 2-year degree ever did.
I just tried to boil it down.
That shit always kind of eluded me, and that might have been one of the most concise, like, actual A to B descriptions I've heard of a concept that has legitimately eluded me.
Well, it's so interesting to parse, and also it's interesting because Hadrian immediately conflates the two. He assumes they're the same, almost practically, and so it's like, man, you're kind of missing the point of both or either. But also, I can't help but question whether or not like Ruocchio is intending for him to like interrogate Stoic philosophy here, because it's kind of the way that it feels, but simultaneously, in the end, and the way that he's pivoted overall and talking about his philosophy, it feels like he's actually talking about Atraxia. It feels like he's talking about Epicureanism. And so there's this like very big difference, because like objectivism, as it's defined here, not in the Ayn Rand sense, is more closely linked to Epicurean thought than it is Stoic, Senecan, etc., like Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius. And so like those feel like discontiguous points, but it feels like an interesting thing for a like person looking back on not just an ancient mythology as we think about it today, but like an ancient mythology that's been confused over time. I don't know, man. I can't help but think that Christopher Ruocchio stumbled himself into a nice little philosophical miracle right here that he didn't anticipate.
Yeah. And it could just actually be that Christopher Ruocchio made those.
He intended one thing and he got
fumbles.
4. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But it works so well within the story. Also, you're so lucky that you said so many $10 words in there that I can't pick one to make fun of you for. So.
Yeah, they're all $10 words, unfortunately. With that, we're going to go to Gibson, which is full of $10 words.
Anyways, moving on to Gibson, a quote here to kick off this section. If I had died in that alley more than 1,000 years ago, which is the first point we actually get like a number
denotion. Yeah.
Things would be a good deal different. There would still be a sun, skies above Gadodin. There would still be a Gadodin. The Cielsen would not be forced to live as our thralls in our alienages. But then there would still have been a crusade. I know what it is they say of me, what they call me in your history books: the Sun Eater, the half-mortal, demon tongue, regicidal, genocidal. I have heard it all. And as I have said, we are none of us one thing. As in the riddle of the Sphinx, asked poor, doomed Oedipus.
Oedipus.
Oedipus. Shit. Yeah. I was like, I know this word, and Oedipus is one of those words when you see it, it throws you off.
And then you're like, oh,
Oedipus.
shit. Yeah.
We change. We're going to talk about the riddle of the Sphinx, right?
I mean, you know the riddle of the Sphinx. Like, this is not, this is
you know,
a
with babies, we walk, and then we have a king.
Yeah.
Which
Oedipus Rex, Sophocles, like it's just necessary reference for people who don't know.
There's an interesting thing in this quote for me specifically, like with the riddle of the Sphinx, and I'm glad you brought it up. You even sent me a text where you're like, a message where you're like, I assume you know like Riddle of the Sphinx, what we're talking about here.
Mhm.
I don't have the context of later Hadrian,
Hmm.
but I do know that he does not age in the normal sense. There's something that happens to him that makes him half mortal. At the
Oh,
point that he's writing
interesting.
this book,
I'm taking
he
that
does
idea
not
into
fit
context.
the
Yeah,
riddle of the Sphinx.
he doesn't. Yeah.
He only hits 2 of the 3.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he fucking loses a leg or something and there's like a big major point later where he's walking on a cane. It's interesting that he mentions the riddle of the Sphinx as someone who is blessed or cursed to not ever reach the 3rd stage.
Interesting that you mentioned that, Josh. We'll see how that plays out over time.
We'll see how that plays out.
Hiccup. No, but to that point, like I actually like I love this because I personally like I live part of the reason I loved covering Red Rising as much as we did is because of all of the like adjacent references and things like that. It's so interesting. Fantasy often doesn't, obviously, because it can't like live in context of the world that we live in and the ideas that we live in. It can't interrogate them more actively. But science fiction fucking can, buddy. Like science fiction fucking lives in that shit. And this is one of those examples of like, hang on, how do we feel about the good old riddle Sphinx? How do we feel about the idea of like an ageless person of whom doesn't experience that 3rd term as we assume them? Maybe. Is he a sheep? Is he a ship of Theseus? Could he be something more than like the sum of his parts, or less, perhaps? Like there's so many questions that this first section poses of so many different philosophical ideals that like Josh, we are 12 chapters into a novel. We've interrogated more philosophical ideals than you and I have ever talked about ever in any individual hour of our entire lives. You know what I mean? Like,
okay, so
with anyone else, this is the most that we've ever talked about philosophy with anyone ever, right?
There's a part
Generally.
of me that does wonder if Christopher Ruocchio just says, I'm going to put all the philosophy I like in here. And we're like getting real deep and we're like, it makes so much sense. And he was just like, I wanted people to know that I read. It's not that serious.
Sure.
I know that that's not the case. It is so incredibly intentional in such cool ways. But there's so much of it packed into this first little tiny bit of this first book and this massive series that it's just wild. I'm like, it almost feels accidental. You know?
Almost. Yeah, practically.
But it's not. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so Hadrian refers to this moment, his beating and near death, as his baptism. Did you have any thoughts on that before we cut into the rest of the chapter as he's talking to Gibson? This is such a deep sort of introspective moment before it like cuts away from like late Hadrian to now.
Yeah, when I was baptized, we just used an above ground pool, and I got a cheesy shirt I never wore again.
Wow,
but
sick as hell, dude.
Baptism is a choice of words here. I don't know. Okay. So,
I'm so sorry.
It calls to like baptism by fire.
Of course.
This idea of like this is baptized in the blood of realism. I think due to my specific upbringing, in this moment, the baptism reference. How do I put this? I get it. I liked it. It landed, but like also it immediately made me go like, all right, hold on, baptism. All right, let's break this down. I don't think that word actually works here, but it's fine. I would like to hear your thoughts on it.
I mean, I think that my thoughts on it are like this ideal that he's pointing this out to the reader, being like, hey, everyone else that I knew, that I grew up with, my family, were like in the holy citadel, protected these ideals, these ideologies. They would never dare to do something like I did, and I got beaten the shit out of for doing it. And now, not only do I understand what it's like to do that, but also like no one else has done that before me within this space. And I'm not saying that as like I'm holier than them, I'm so sick as fuck, which can kind of feel like the way that it's coming off from Hadrian's perspective, but also it's like I went in a way that like a lot of the peerage disagreed with in many ways, more widely. You know, this was just one example of that.
So to me, I think what
It's a little
not
bit of a
bothers,
biblical
not bothers
interpretation if you take me at that terms. Like I
the
I was beaten by a plebeian, and as
yeah,
such,
no,
I've been
I
beaten by
think that
many plebeians.
this is one of the interesting spots where he's so good at pulling mythology and ideology
Hmm.
in certain ways, but he uses this one in such a non-ideological way and such
Sure.
like a normal cultural way, like I was baptized in the fire of violence or whatever. Um, but like baptism means washing away your old life and joining your new one. I think that baptism is a word that works perfectly for how we end the section we read,
I would
but
agree.
not for this section because nothing actually washes away here. Nothing is changed. Nothing is like he is changed. He is changed in the violence. It is the beginning of what pushes him towards the next thing. But his baptism to me is whenever he decides to leave it all and whatever consequences come from
Totally, but this is like a junction point in which he decided to leave it all.
it.
So like he views it as his baptism, you know, like in
Yeah.
the end, like that's what he's like kind of trying to like make you think is like this is my baptism, you know, this is my fuck you. This is my I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right, but like
But yeah, I like the wording. It's evocative. It gets the people going.
clever.
But like I just do think that if you took this exact sentence of like, where he refers to it and you place it to and I haven't read chapter 13 yet, but I know that there's consequences in chapter 13 to the decisions he makes. If chapter 13 had something saying this is my baptism, if it goes the way I think it's going to go, then that would have made a little bit more sense.
Sure.
But
Sure. Yeah.
yeah.
So that said, Hadrian wakes later in his room, strapped to the bed and healing, with Gibson in his green robes by his side, those vermilion robes. Practically, the first thing the old man does is crack a joke about his brain and his recovery being potentially full as he kind of nudges him forward. It's a good moment. They discuss
Yeah.
more matters, and it becomes clear that neither his mother nor his father came to his side while he was injured, which is kind of fucking, I mean, like by normal standards, nuts. As soon as possible, you know? Like, how do we feel about like Hadrian's recovery?
I mean, it's like mom was off world and she's like, he's probably fine, which is bad. It's not great. Dad was like down the hall and
Yeah, right.
decided not to
Dad
show
was
up.
right there.
Dad was like, well, what we need to talk about, you need to be healed for. So absolutely wild.
He's like, you're not my heir of the moment.
Yeah. I love the like the just the idea of like slipping a note to your comatose child, being like, we need to talk when you're better, you know? Like,
Man, fuck through Gibson, right? Like Hadrian confronts Gibson about the reality that he's going through with Crispin and everything, and Gibson gives him like a kind of, I think, like fairly truthful but reductive like reading, as like maybe we might expect a member of the Scholiast to give, but simultaneously, like, I don't know, what do you make of like his read?
of hold on, wait. Gibson's read?
Gibson's, yep,
Gibson's in a tough spot.
of course, classic. We
um I'm okay. Jumping forward here a little bit, I'm very scared for Gibson because
yeah,
I think that we're already given at some point in the chapters that we've the description, the understanding that Gibson will have his nostrils slit based on the dream. I think here, coming
at
into
the
this
end
chapter,
of this chapter, yes.
or at the end of this chapter,
Hmm.
that Hadrian had. Gibson cares too much for his job about this boy,
True.
but doesn't care enough about this boy not to do his job. And it's just like, man, that delivery of like your father wanted you to talk to him once you're better. He's like,
while simultaneously he like Hadrian is like, I don't have like the closest thing to my father is this man, right? Like,
yeah.
ugh.
Which good old Gibson, but he's not your dad, and he can't even like kind of be your father figure because at the same time he works for your dad.
But also,
So,
man,
he does what he can. He does what he can, but yet he does it within the rules until he breaks them.
right.
I guess not really. I mean, the first scene we see of Gibson is him breaking the rules. So hard to say.
Yeah, the man is always breaking rules, so far as we've understood him to be.
Yeah.
This leads into a hard set of rules, right? Like he asks Hadrian to name the 8 forms of obedience, and I'm curious as to your thoughts on these 8 forms. And he replies, obedience of the fear of pain, obedience out of the fear of the other, obedience out of love for the person of the hierarch, obedience out of loyalty to the office of the hierarch, obedience out of respect for the law of men and of heaven, obedience out of piety, obedience out of compassion, obedience of devotion. And he replies, hey, excuse me. Gibson replies, which of these is the basest? And Hadrian replies, obedience out of the fear of pain. And he replies, the law of fishes, quite right. And I assume you don't know the law of fishes.
I do not know the law of fishes.
The law of fishes is a classic law, man. You actually do know it deep down in your heart. It's the Matatsya Nyaya, or the law of fishes, according to the Hindu proverb, which is from, I believe it's correctly, Arthesa Astra, 1.4 to like 1.34. It's a core dialogue that exists within like a law code that was established within the sort of like early
I'm gonna be so mad if this is a slow burn where you just read one fish, blue fish, or red fish, blue fish.
It's so close to one fish, blue fish. I'll give you the law. Yeah. But when in this is in translated English because the British obviously conquered India, and so like we got all those laws in post in English, which is so shitty for a number of reasons. But when the law of punishment is kept in absence, it gives rise to such disorder as is implied in the proverb of law and the order of fishes. For in the absence of a magistrate, the strong will swallow the weak, but under his protection, the weak resist the strong. So the idea being, obviously, like it's pretty clear. Like this is not like it's less of a law, more of like a moral or ethical truth, as we might consider it these days. So it was pretty plain,
Yeah.
Big fish eat smaller fish, but also
kind of moves into something we're going to talk about in the next chapter.
Yeah.
Where so if without the magistrate, strong oppress the weak, but weak strong, there's that moment a little bit later where it's not that the people might rebel, it's that they might think they deserve.
Right. Which gets to the point of like what he's protecting, what Alistar's protecting.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. So, I mean, it feels like from the wording that the law of fishes is the law that we in magistrates, because that's how the weak oppressive.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of wild that Gibson dropped that in the statement. Like, oh yes, the basest of these is obedience from the fear of pain. And he says that's how your father was. And then he said, and in that same area, he says the law of fishes. So it's like he's specifically almost telling him there needs to be a resistance to that rule.
Mm-hmm. Right. He's saying that there is something that can be said about the weak ruling against the strong. So like there is a chance for something below to come up against it on the other side. It is like a very interesting denotation And this again gets into something that I talked about a lot earlier, where like this is a blend of many ideals. But I do think the primary two we're spending a lot of time talking about are Indian ideals, from both like Hindu culture, deep like Gurapta Chandi esque era, like the sort of like early post early zeros, tens BC, like 8 AD BCs. And then like everything that happens after that within the Roman culture. Like there's a lot of interesting blends that we're going to see over the course of this. But it's those two predominantly, with some other fun notes on the in between.
Amazing.
Yeah.
It's so cool that we got all this philosophy and history out of the way in these first chapters, so we can just have like a rockin' action sci-fi.
Hey man, I'm not gonna
None
lie.
of that moving forward.
I don't know
right?
if you knew this, but like it's gonna be a lot of that. But like there's
No,
there's
I know,
action.
I know, I'm
there's
so
plenty
kidding.
of action.
No, I the one thing I know about this book is that it's very
But to make a gods compelling, you have to make a good argument for like philosophy and the gods, right?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. All right. So,
all right. I want to mention, we end the chapter with a dream, both living in and remembering a funeral of his father's mother. I believe her name is Fuchsia, Lady Fuchsia, which is a whole thing.
Which, a wild dream involving a lot of body parts and jars.
And their eyes are violet to begin with. So Fuchsia, violet. You're turning violet. Did you have any thoughts on of who was holding what at her funeral, which I think seems to evoke something very like naturally Egyptian between the group of them? Like he's holding the eyes.
I know he has the eyes.
I think she's holding he's holding the brain. She's holding the heart. Someone else is holding something else, but the liver. But
I guess, is it? Yeah, who's holding the liver?
I think it's uncle of whom had died.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
recently.
Then mom is holding
I believe so. Dad's holding the brain. He's holding the eyes.
It could be that, like, mom is the soul, Hadrian, the heart.
Oh.
Whereas dad is the brain,
the
cold logic.
The cold logic.
Whereas Hadrian is the vision, the future.
Hadrian is the future. The future.
I don't know. That's as far as I can get on
yeah,
that.
Fair.
I just think it was a lot of ooky spooky body parts in a really creepy dream. But no, I do think that there is symbolism there.
Super fair. There's something there. It's a question of what.
I think that there is for me, whenever I read scenes like this, I'm like, that's a lot of symbolism. I'm gonna love it on a second read. Not a second read through the first 12 chapters, but like a second read of the series.
Yes, valid.
I think it's almost futile to me to be like, I know what this means this early on. But I will say that that's my initial read. Mom, it's all how it pertains to Hadrian. Mom is his heart. Dad is his brain. He is holding the future. His vision to me is symbolism.
Just clarity. If we talk about Osiris,
clarity,
it's like it's all
future.
time, right? Like, which
and then
is
the idea that at the end of the funeral, the statue is not the grandma, but rather, it's his father, right?
Yes, it's his father. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we could be foreseeing the fall. Alice.
The downfall of Alice.
If the symbolism of the eyes does imply that Hadrian, fall of the future of Hadrian, though I don't think he's the future of the house.
Disconnected futures, perhaps. Perhaps an interesting debate to be had in the future. We're excited for the outcome.
It's hard to break down fever dreams.
Yeah, right, exactly. This is literally like a drug infused and also like pain infused like nightmare, like from him being beaten to a pulp and recovering as such. As he says, all this is easily discounted, distracted by the slit nostril making my mentor as a criminal. Sometimes I think my memory has failed me, lost somewhere across the long centuries since my youth. From time to time, I wonder if my later memories rush backwards and clouded the childhood nightmare. Yet, if I were again threatened with beheading, still I think I would swear that it was so. But I saw Gibson's injury before it was inflicted upon him. I was old and young again before I understood.
So is he immortal because he doesn't age and doesn't die, or does he get old and then he repeats it? In which case, the riddle of the Sphinx is extra wild if he just keeps sphinxing it.
Yeah, he's just sphinxing it, bro.
Also, yeah, I mean that moment, like I think in my first read through, I kind of like I heard it, but I glazed over it. Um, I saw Gibson's injury before it was afflicted, so we know that Gibson is taken for at some point with his nostrils slit. We know how this section
I think
ends.
this is the third mention of it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, not boding well for our Merlin here.
Wow, Josh, this is so different than it was before. We're the same and old
It's
again. I'm older
all
now.
of a sudden it's so bright.
It's so much brighter.
I don't know what happened.
I don't know where'd this facial hair come from. Hang on, that's a little.
Oh, wait, is that it?
Go ahead.
In the grand scheme of days, it felt like it was a Thursday, and now it's a Sunday.
It does feel well Saturday. Thankfully, it's not Sunday yet.
I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, we were recording super late because I had like a work meeting that didn't end until like 10:30, basically. So we got started super late, so we had to split the recording, which isn't prototypical, of course, but sometimes that happens. So, you know, yeah. Long-term listeners used to this happening every once in a while. New listeners, welcome. We'll hopping back in, we're going to continue with bread and circuses. So Hadrian, having recovered enough, goes to see his father. He's greeted by Roban, of whom we'll talk more about, of course, over the course of the rest of this, who rescued him from Majua and from the incident on the street before he's sent inside. He quotes some Latin at him, knowing of his timely downfall in the room, and this is a really interesting kind of quote. Obviously, gives the immediate translation before he heads into the conversation with his dad, of which is this sort of terrifying roughness that like Samuel Rook and his Alistair is so good. I love the basso shake, you know?
Oh yeah. Definitely as far as like the VO experience goes, probably my favorite character done yet.
Mm-hmm.
Though I do like Gibson. He just sounds so sweet and old.
Yes, Gibson. He's an adorable little old man. But and the writing obviously complements that voice. Of course you're all right, boy. That's why I've put off this conversation, even referencing back to this previous chapter, obedience out of fear of pain, to him replying, that is the only way a man can govern a dog, boy. Calling him boy is just straight out of like God of War and like,
calls him boy and also kind of a dog. I know he's referencing like the people more so, but like all at once. He's a nice dad for sure. Brutal read. Like just the more he spoke, the more I was like, fuck dude, I'm jumping out of the window.
Yeah.
Like if I'm Hadrian, that's oof. And then I'll just lead up to hitting him and then hitting him again. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Like this kid is basically showing up sick, you know? And I say kid, he's a 20-year-old, but like this guy, and he considers himself a child. So maybe within the scope of things, I don't know, whatever. But like he just recovered from being ridiculously like sick and damaged. You didn't go see him, and now you're fucking hitting him by the end of this chapter.
Yeah. Dad of the Year award for sure.
Definitely. Yep.
And like also, okay, what are your thoughts on within this conversation?
Mm-hmm.
Well, first off, sorry, let me jump back. I had to count how many times Hadrian says "you can't" in this conversation, which I mentioned earlier, also at a different point of the story. I'm like, you gotta stop telling him that. Like,
yeah, he's just gonna keep doing it, man.
He's gonna keep hitting you if you keep saying that. So, I think that this conversation shows just how much of a cold hard bastard Alistair is. It also is a highlighting moment for like how, I don't know, naive and childish and privileged Hadrian is in a lot of ways. Like, I want to be a scholar in space. I'm like, bro,
Like Simeon the Red, and he like
this
references,
is yeah. He's like, I want to. I feel like it's like being like, I want to be Robinson Crusoe. Like,
yeah, exactly,
yeah,
to your
You're
father,
like,
right?
bro, like now is not the time. You're 20. You should. Like, I understand being like, no, I don't want to go join
The
like
Chantry, yeah,
the fucking what seems like, and I assume is like the like holy soldiers from Warhammer,
sure, yeah.
like, yeah, which, oh, I love the description in here. I think it might be in this chapter or it might be in the next one, but it's like they're just like the fist of the empire anointed with holy oil.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think
Is
that is
like,
in this chapter, I believe.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
It's but yeah, he just keeps yelling you can't, and then saying I want to be a famous cowboy, and basically it's the as much as his dad is like just brutal and I felt bad for him, this chapter is probably also where he annoyed me the most. So,
I deservedly so in a lot of ways. I mean, like he he is a child, and he's showing in a lot of ways that he does have this sort of like inept behavior, right? Um, Simultaneously, like he is a child. He doesn't deserve that, like
yeah,
there's very clear naivete on display, and his father also, I think, is acknowledging that to some degree. Like he's like, that's part of where like Alistair isn't necessarily wrong in the
yeah.
way that Hadrian is acting on whether or not he like should be his successor. Like I think Alistair is totally valid in moving in the direction of Crispin instead of Hadrian, given all that Hadrian does and shows.
And he makes a really good point about the Colosso
Mhm.
and like the fact that he's not mad at Hadrian for not having a taste for blood. He's mad at Hadrian for not doing his fucking job. Like um within the world, within like the harshness and the cruelty of this caste system and
Mhm.
everything, I'm like, his dad's got some points
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Like,
Bringing up the Colossus is a great example, right? Where he's like, okay, so like now they fear him because they understand his power and like what he did. You were supposed to be up in that box filling my seat physically for me there,
yeah.
which is
Instead, you
literally
went and
what you
proved to
want.
them,
Yeah,
yeah, you didn't prove to them that we are to be feared and powerful. You went and proved to them that we can be damaged. Like,
right.
you did the exact opposite of what you were supposed to do in that moment.
Hmm.
Um, Also, I mean, I think the name of the chapter, we have to talk on that, and I'm sure we'll get to it. But like, uh, a perfect quote to pull, a
Hmm.
perfect little
Bread and
Roman
circuses.
yeah, exactly, just a little moment, and it got me thinking. The Roman, I was like, I looked it up. I was like, so bread and circuses? They're like, hey, make sure people are fed and entertained so they don't
Hmm.
riot, basically. And looking it up, I'm like, wait, no, they got free bread and free entertainment.
Hmm.
I don't even get that.
Yeah, right.
Like,
Exactly.
I was like, damn. Like, I would genuinely be pretty satisfied with bread and circuses.
Placates the masses, right?
So exactly, yeah,
The quote is from Juvenal, which is kind of funny in its own right, in a
yeah,
way, and could perhaps be like a little bit of a root there. Talking about Colosso with Bread and Circuses in particular, the quote itself, full quote, because I had never read the full thing, I'd only heard Bread and Circuses
right,
description, is already long ago from when we sold our vote to no man, the people have abdicated our duties. For the people who once upon a time handed out military command, high civil office, legions, everything now restrains itself, anxiously hopes for just two things. Now restrains itself and anxiously hopes for just two things: bread and circuses. And so, like, what a great idea that like the power flows from the people, very obviously, but now instead the people are
yeah,
so placated by the powerful turning around and realizing what they can do to maintain control. Um, yeah, perfect.
yeah.
And Alistair is doing exactly that.
Yeah, and you know, he could probably give a little more bread, but the circuses seem cool. So
Definitely more
if
bread.
you were to ask, what's her name, Parabellum?
Yeah,
If you were to ask her, there should be a little bit more bread. but
Lena Bellum. Yeah.
Lena Bellum,
Yep.
Lena Bellum, in the form of mining equipment. But yeah,
So they don't have to dig with their hands.
bread circuses and proper working tools, I think, is really what you should be going for here.
In addition, this flows really well into sort of what Alistair says. He more directly sort of addresses power and the power of the system, and also gives us kind of a larger peek at what this empire really is founded on. He says, we aren't like those other nations, son. There's no Congress, no body politic here. When I make a decree, I make it. Personally, no proxies, no fallbacks. The old systems of democracy and parliament only allowed the cowards to hide. Our power depends not on the consent of the people, but on their belief in us. I know all this. No, you don't. We have to engage with the churls. We have to show that we are people, boy, not some abstract political concept. That is what they demand. That is what they understand. That is why I sent you and Crispin to the Colosso while I treated with Elmira.
Yeah, oh man. First off, obviously, inherently, as we go through this series, there's going to be parts where I'm like, I got to compare it to Red Rising a little bit. This, like, this is such a mirror to, like, the noble lie concept of the Golds, looking back. So, like, the idea of, like, democracy being for cowards because they hide behind it, the noble lie of equality, like, it has similar vibes, and it definitely, like, struck that up and for me a little bit. I, like, made me think of it. Also, I love that right after this. So he's like, you have to go there and so that they can see that we're people. We're not just abstractions. And then right after that, he's like, and you made them realize that, like, we can be hurt. And he's like, you just said we have to show up as people. He's like, no, not people. Like,
yeah. No, not like
I didn't mean like that,
dude.
Like different people, better than people. They just need to see that we're physically existing, that our power is, tangible, but we can't, well, not people. Sorry. I didn't mean that. But yeah,
and then there's punishment,
Okay, so I'm curious. I was going to talk to you about this, and I mentioned it a little bit before. I don't know if you know more about this series than me, for sure. I don't know if I read this as a punishment, like him going to the Chantry is a punishment for this, or if he's being told about this plan, because he does say, like, you've been planning this. Like, I feel like it's not so much a punishment, but more just like assault. Like, he's like, all right, well, now I'm going to tell you what your fate is. And I'm going to make it seem like it's because of this, but, like, that was always going to happen.
Yeah, I think that's the inclination and the intent, is that this was always what was going to happen. And it is so perfect as he's, like, framing it and referencing it, that it's clear that at some point he concluded and he was like, yes, we need you in the Chantry so that we have larger power in that sphere in ways that we don't right now. Like, we wouldn't be so heartily inspected potentially if you were a member of the Chantry. Because you could then, like, allow us to purchase more of the mining gear that we then yada yada yada. There's so many different layers that it seems as though this has very obviously been an element of a plan for a very long time.
Yeah, and it just kind of goes to show again the cold hard bastard that is Alistair. Like, he waited. I don't know if he was gonna send him to the Chantry now, but he's like, this whole thing. Hadrian almost dies, and now he's like, all right, cool. Well, now I can use that as the reason that I give him for this thing I was already gonna do. Like, just a dick. He's a dick.
Oh yeah, entirely. I mean, again, hits him when he mentions that he doesn't want to go, and then hits him again when he says that he wants to be a Scholiast. And the
first time was messed up. The second time, he probably got that
coming. He follows it up with as he's whining and complaining more, right? He's like, enough, it is decided, get out before you injure yourself further. It's like, bro, you're the one hitting him. Just to be clear. This is on
you. Get out before you fall into my fist again.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yikes. Yeah,
it's like the high society Palatine version of stop hitting yourself.
Basically, yeah. I mean, but very literally.
Yeah, exactly. Stop hitting yourself with my hand. Stop it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Way to run into it. Anything else on the scene with Dad?
You know,
Anything else on Dad?
I'm sure a lot later. This scene, yeah, I think I think Dad has some points, like I mentioned. I think he's also just like a terrible person. I think that Crispin, or not Crispin, Hadrian is a little whiny brat boy, and at least one of those slaps was deserved.
Hmm.
And that's my summary. That's my summary of this
That's what
chapter.
we got.
So, and I do wish that I got at least bread or circuses at this point in my life, but
True. Fair and valid. Yeah.
yeah, it's like give the people bread and circuses unless you find out that they're actually password sharing their circuses, and then take the circuses away from both of them.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
No password sharing of the circuses for sure. I did want to bring up. This was a small note that actually I forgot. Robon, being like a mutated person, like having
Right.
post, because like a part of his like knighthood that sets him apart is that like he um is mutated.
Yeah, it's interesting that like you're just like kind of a natural human with all of the you know inefficiencies that come with that. But if you raise and station, they're like, all right, time to make you better. And I'm curious to see more of that. So it's like it's clear that it's not just genetic like coding from the beginning, but be improved as you go, which is even like kind of more messed up within the caste system, meaning that all of these people, regardless of how they're born, could be fixed, you know,
Hmm. Right.
and they just don't.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to raise your station in order to like have legs that are the same length.
And not like have a like boat around everywhere and die at 60 or whatever.
Yeah.
Mine
Do you think
uranium with your hands.
do you think that Robon, is that his
Yeah,
name?
Robon. Yep.
Does Robon get to play video games now, or is that still
Ooh, good question.
above his station?
Probably still above. I'd say it's probably still above.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like maybe Pong?
I mean,
Like or like the early low bit games, but like he doesn't get like anything story based. Like
for sure.
he can't like rock through Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, definitely not
but
Skyrim. Actually, only
no,
Skyrim.
for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think that the maybe the most realistic thing to find out about this world is that Skyrim is still being re-released.
Bethesda is the only company that escaped old Earth and is publishing Skyrim to this day.
Bethesda is the empire.
Yeah.
They're still releasing Skyrim. Now they're adding, an expansion where you mine uranium. But like...
They've merged Starfield and Skyrim into one contiguous, and it still just runs like shit. And you clip through the world, and
yeah, it's buggy as hell.
Yeah.
And 6 is almost out though.
6 is coming, guys. Yeah, 3,000 years in the
They've
future.
released 2 more 3-second engine trailers.
Being like, yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, with that, we'll move into the law of birds and fishes, which we spoke a little bit about previously when we were kind of talking through specifically. I want to say it was the Matas. Man, I definitely wrote that down. Matas Nayana, I think, was the term.
Bless you.
Matas Nayaya, law of fishes. And now here we are talking about birds and fishes as like a separate thing, or like an adaptation therein of like, what we're looking at when we kind of confront a lot of these things directly with Hadrian staring out over the sea, reflecting on his journal over the last several weeks. His journal entries get longer. His wine supply gets smaller. It's the way that he kind of puts that. This, I believe, is where we get the oil of the chantry line, actually. I think that it's here when he's reflecting on being sent. Gibson stirs him from his own demure internal moment, saying he's missed his lessons over the last couple of weeks and that his father's denied him this chance of being a scholiast. Gibson kind of gives it a look on the bright side tone as he's like, the chantry you'll probably be really good at, dude.
Yeah. And he will be. And I'm excited for him to get there and stop saying you can't. But also in this chapter, like, it's interesting coming from like the very first chapter where Gibson shows up and he's like, our lesson's not till later. Like, I don't miss lessons. And then like to start this chapter off, and he's like, hey, your lesson was 3 hours ago. And he's like, oh, wait, what? Like really shows how far he's kind of like disassociated from his normal routine in life situation. And just how not himself, down on everything he is about going to the chantry. And I'm like, give it a shot,
Yeah. Yeah, and it is like this interesting thing where it's like I give it this like happy-go-lucky attitude, and obviously he's doing his best, and there are references, to like the Scourging apatheia and like him wishing, that he could like live within that to some degree. Um, which again, we talked about the like ataxia difference or apatheia, and obviously it'll continue to be called apatheia, but we've already had that semantic discussion. One of the things that I love here, though, is as a part of that, he abruptly switches to classical English, which we previously talked about how multilingual Hadrian is. The Scourge said, "If survival calls for the bearing of arms, bear them you must." Hadrian asks Shakespeare, and he replies Sterling, which is such a good little like
Yeah.
getting a Twilight Zone reference in again, like
Right.
that inheritor of sci-fi thing. Christopher Ruocchio really does wear on his sleeve.
Okay, yeah. You mentioned this, I think, in our last recording session, that there is just a quote of Rob Serling from Twilight Zone. And whenever I heard that, I wasn't like, "Oh, that must be from Twilight Zone." That's just a wild poll. Like, I
Mhm.
don't know how many people even grabbed that while it's happening,
No,
because
exactly.
if you're
Yeah.
living in a sci-fi world, there'll be poets and authors and things that'll be quoted that don't exist yet, and that's the. So I just heard Serling. I was like, I don't know who that is, and I moved on with my life, But like, so cool to find out that that's a Twilight Zone poll.
Frankly, I did
Like,
too on my first read. I like absolutely like heard that and went in one ear out the other, didn't look it up, didn't think about it. This time through, I was like, hang on a minute. Like I know how Christopher writes at this point now that I've read all 6 books. It's like who are we talking about here? And so I looked up the quote and I was like, oh, of course, makes so much sense. Um, so yeah, I really really appreciate that idea. It's also
how
funny
how
because they
meta
go ahead.
how meta can you get with that though? Like, can like Gibson quote Red Rising and be like brown?
In theory,
Like,
right?
how close can you get with it? Or like in movies where like it's in the real world and there's like a reference to a movie
Mhm.
that the actor in
Is
this
in.
movie was also in,
Yeah.
and it really gets
Yeah, it gets really shystery with that sort of like meta narrative kind of bit. Yeah,
exactly.
I definitely understand that. I great question, great thought. I do think that um one of the pieces that I find really interesting. Sorry, I'm piecing this together as I'm kind of chewing through it, and also trying not to spoil things. One of the things that I love about this series in general is how it manages that line really
Okay.
excellently. I think we can already kind of see that in some way through like Hadrian's obvious like end text perspective, writing from his
Yeah.
prison as he calls it. But
His library prison.
mhm, yeah, uh, I wanted to also add here. Oh, there's a line later that is Shakespeare. That they quote. He's like, "That is
Right.
Shakespeare.
Yeah.
I know that's
He's like,
Shakespeare."
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. Which I do like that he's not even like, this one's Shakespeare. He's like, which I'm pretty certain is Shakespeare.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh,
I do like the overall throughout all of this. I like the banter that Gibson and Hadrian have, and like this kind of like sly, like keeping themselves from laughing at a joke and trying to remain all stoic, but clearly having like a good rapport. That's very nice.
yeah.
Sure,
Absolutely.
nothing bad will happen in that relationship.
No,
It's
for
going to be a nice
sure.
thing to stand by
Especially
for the rest of the
considering the
series.
very end of this chapter, right, where it's like
Yeah.
older Hadrian speaks to us and is like, "Yeah, little did he know he damned us both," when he basically agreed, talking through the laws of birds and fishes, and then him making Hadrian making an argument for Gibson to write him a letter so that he can become a scholiast and basically orchestrate a plan to get him off planet.
Yeah. Which I guess we should talk about because we talked about the law of fishes a little bit last time,
Hmm.
but we should talk about what Hadrian was talking about. He's being so emo. He's like, the fish is just destined to be by the bird, and I'm like,
Hmm.
come on, man. Like, we all die. Like, like,
Hmm.
well, what did you think of his melancholy view of the the fate of fishes?
I think that to me, in my read here, I think that specifically the law of birds and fishes is kind of meant to point to this idea of like forces outside of our control, right? Not just like
Yeah.
fate, generally speaking, but like how anything else and everything else in the world can be built to intervene, and you might not even know, what's on the other side of that thin veneer glass pane. Um, Stephen King refers to this idea as like thin spaces, between like realities,
Yeah.
or like our perception of them, right? Like that's where people are like, oh, in like haunted houses, you can like feel ghosts, generally speaking. It's like it's a human phenomena, obviously. But I think
Yeah.
that the law of fishes is, or laws of birds and fishes here specifically, is sort of like that idea of something extra coming and reaching
Yeah.
through, whether or not you're ready for it.
And no one's ever ready for a bird to
No,
grab you out of the lake and then eat you. I'll tell you that much.
it'd have to be a real big bird, dude. I'm not like small. I'm
I'm
not
little,
PJ big. But
I think like a decent sized pelican could get me. I'm gonna be so real. I'm 5'6".
just right on the shoulders. Maybe two pelicans.
Two pelicans. Oh, two pelicans. I'm done.
Yeah.
One pelican. I got a shot.
A single goose. I don't know, man. They got teeth.
Ooh, geese are mean. I would actually, at this point in my life, revel at the opportunity to just fist fight a goose. And I think that's what Hadrian's getting at here, right?
Absolutely. That is what he's trying to do here is fight that goose. But I do think that this is him going, hang on, wait, I can break with fate, like simultaneously. And like Gibson's kind of pushing on that, obviously, to the point of like, also like, you can accept this, but you don't have to accept anything. Like that's not the way that the world works. Which leads him to then ask for the letter, and Gibson considers, and then it's like, basically anything for you, my boy, like very sweetly.
Yeah, Gibson showed up and he's like, this dumbass kid doesn't realize he can run away. I need to make it be his idea.
I can't suggest it. It's treason. This whole thing is treason, but I definitely can't suggest
but
it.
I could definitely allude to the fact that everyone has an option.
Yeah. And then, again, like we said, Hadrian reflects, damns them both as like the chapter ends.
Which is wild. Like you're getting so much just, it's so suspenseful knowing how bad it goes. Cause there's like the dream earlier where he's like, I don't know if it's like in my old age, I'm changing the memory, but like, I swear I dreamed what happens to Gibson before it happened. And he had the slit nose or the slit nostrils of a slave. And like, right here he's like, and then he damned us both. And then at the end of Ugliness of the World, where we end it, he's like, if only I knew how soon that boot would come, like the one in the Colosso. It's he's laying it on thick that something bad is coming, and then to like be like, and then stop there is really cool and nice of
for me. Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah.
It's really crazy.
I would
did
say on my list of with this book, like second biggest cold-hearted bastard, Alistair. First biggest cold-hearted bastard, Crossland Shaw.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I've now read this section 3 times, and every time I get to the end, I'm like, you son of a bitch. Yeah.
I mean, part of the reason that this is, I think, the longest chunk for this book of like chapters that we're reading. Part of it is because I think that these couple of chapters tee it up so well and like tee up that momentum.
Yeah.
So it made it a little bit longer. It's the first episode too, which kind of like lets us feel it out. But then from here, we're like, unfortunately, Josh, we're gonna be dropping down to like 9 chapters a week. Pretty similar time frame in total.
Up to 20 chapters a
20
week.
chapters, 20
20 chapters, 10-hour episodes. Let's go.
I want to do the book.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's not how
we'll do the book. I'll lock myself in this room for 48 hours. We'll get it done,
Yikes.
And then we don't have to record for like
that would be 2 months. Yeah.
Knock it all out. 2 months off. Every single time we do a new book, by the last couple of chapters, it's just madness, pure delirium. No one knows what's happening
I
anymore.
couldn't imagine. For the wrap up, PJ's wrap up, PJ and I recorded for 9 hours.
Oh my god! Yeah.
In total time. We also made dinner within that space, but like we were like on basically for like 9 hours.
I'm like, I don't know if I've ever done anything for 9 hours. I don't even think I've slept for 9 hours in my life.
The Iron Man was 16 and a half. So like but like fuck that.
You're an Iron Man. I'm crossed. Yeah. I'm so in shape.
No,
yeah, well, I jogged like half a mile last month, so that was
hell yeah, more than I did. With that,
this hurts.
Yeah, everything hurts. Yeah, we'll move on to at what cost here.
Yeah.
We're talking about
Sure.
pain. And at what
Well, this
cost?
is where Hadrian realizes that in order to escape, I'm just going to read your notes.
Gonna hit me with my own notes.
Yep. Hadrian realizes that in order to escape, regardless of the letter, he would need to figure out and coordinate ways off-world and ways to manage himself.
Well, welcome to like the way that I write these, which is like most of the thoughts there, but not all of it, and I kind of like just try to make it work.
And so we get an accounting of how the monetary system of the Solian Empire works, and as such, he also thinks of a way through with his marks. He approaches the same guild factionarius, Lena Balaam, and
Yeah.
offers Balaam, and offers a charitable exchange, and one that would give him an unregistered, untraceable card. Which I do want to talk about that before kind of moving into the next
Yeah,
part.
of course. This is like a big deal. So
yeah, I love this scene because there's something. I've like ran D&D games where it's a heist or something. They're like, oh, we want to do like a casino heist. I'm like, yeah, I'll run that. Or like I've tried to put like a cool like I don't know like twist of like someone who like outsmarted a system in like a short story. It's like I don't know how to launder money. It's actually really hard to like write a plan that sounds smart and works, even if it's like simple like this. Because I was reading it, I was like, oh, that's cool. Like I don't think I could have come up with that, you know. And I always really appreciate it when it's like that would work whenever I'm reading something. It's not just like the story forced it around to work. Like makes sense. I'm like, hey, yeah,
here's one contract, and here's the other contract unsigned that says what you're actually getting, and it's all a donation.
Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, he's just doing money laundering, so that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, classic move to do a little money laundering. Really, I think it's a really great scene. Also, I really find it interesting both from a meta perspective that Hadrian spends the time to explain to us the galactic currencies that are at work, potentially assuming that down the line people would know or understand it, or like maybe the Empire is different now, or maybe things have changed since the end of this story, you know, since he's writing it. So that's an interesting fact. But then also Christopher himself writing through Hadrian explains this really effectively. Like he gives a really great breakdown of like gold is still a decent hold of measure, but there are things that are way better, like uranium, like, you know, and here's how the mark works, and here's like a Horasan, you know, as a comparison. So
it's also impressive to me to write a chapter explaining a financial system
and have it be entertaining,
like, and have it actually be like a really snappy, fun to read chapter. Like, at no point was I like, all right, I'm gonna like tune out while he explains money, and then I'll come back whenever the plot's happening. I was like, oh yeah, okay, you know. And there's a line in there too that I think is really great. That while explaining the currency of the world, also kind of explains like the detachment from like poverty or the lower casty that just Hadrian can't even comprehend. Whenever he's like, oh, if I could get this in, I don't remember the number or the word for it, but like the physical money.
Oh, Horisons, yeah.
If I could get this in Horisons, and she's like, do you have a pallet mover? Because do you know how many Horisons that is? And he's like, oh, just put it on the card then. Like, I do love that moment because he's like, yeah, if I could get this in cash, and she's like, no. You know? Do you know how much fucking money you're asking for right now? It in a much more, you know, serious way that builds a character and a world and a financial system and is a cool plot. It does remind me of the Arrested Development quote, like, just buy the banana. How much could a banana possibly be, Michael? $10?
yes, exactly. Yeah. It very much, it portrays, this whole thing is so roguish and smart, and then the other side of this is, again, Hadrian's naivete, and it's like, yeah, bro.
Yeah, it's a good plan, but dude's never held. Yeah, bro has never actually held a coin before in his life.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. He just flashes his ring and it pays for whatever he needs. You know, like
exactly.
The system is built around him to be supported. So,
I will say every author has one. I think every single author that I read has a term or a phrase or a word. They say multiple times and I don't like it. I have found that I don't like how Christopher Ruocchio describes taking rings on and off. He says like unscrews it, which like I understand. It's like twisting the ring off. But it does make me, because there's like all of these like biological adjustments and stuff, it makes me feel like he's like unscrewing his thumb, taking it off, and then like taking the ring. It just gives me like a bad imagery that I don't like. I don't like how much Stephen Pacey says squelch. You know, there's a lot of, every author has one. I don't like unscrewed his ring. Just say twisted it off, pulled it off, worked it off.
Yeah, right.
It's
So
fine.
many
I'll
different
get
ways.
over it. There's always one. There's always one thing that, for no reason whatsoever, I just decide I don't like that phrase. So.
Yeah, I totally get it. It's a weird one, for sure.
And he does say unscrewed his ring in this chapter, as well as in a few chapters earlier. So,
toying with and kind of spinning it and then unscrewing it when he's removing it specifically, I think, or like around the people that are going to like kick the shit out of him.
Yeah.
Like there's a couple of different moments. So
yeah,
they kind of take his jacket.
Hey, in Fourth Wing, anytime she grabs something really hard, she describes it as fisting that thing. I don't like that at all.
Good.
So, there's worse ones out there. That's all I'm saying.
Definitely. Man, gets into like the kingism again of like breasted boobily, right? Like we made fun of on our long walk episode. So
a good old king.
Yeah.
The guy, that guy hates himself and loves titties.
Yeah, right. Hates himself.
Hates himself, loves boobs.
Big boob guy. Should be obvious at this point.
Should be obvious.
Okay, so
I'm surprised Pennywise didn't have a set of huge naturals, honestly. Anyways,
in some version, I'm sure, of the Child's Fear.
Oh yeah. I haven't watched Welcome to Derry yet. So,
yeah, me neither.
I don't know what changes have been made.
So having secured the 20,000 marks, Hadrian speaks with Kira, the lieutenant, and they head to the inner city to maybe for the last time, potentially, as he's kind of thinking through and kind of makes the stop, going to one of the penthouses of the family. And he comes to terms with the fact that one way or another, he's finally going to be leaving home. He's never really left, regardless of whether or not this works or it doesn't. He's probably not coming back for a long time, at the very least.
It's interesting, too. He mentions, like, I've never been off system. And to me, I'm like, does that mean he's never been off? That's not off world. Like, he's been off world, just not out of this immediate system. So, like, it's like, I've never left home. And it's like, but you've been to other planets? Like, what is again, something I talked about a lot earlier on in this conversation is just like that big sci-fi scale is always like baffling to like it every time something like that's mentioned, like I've never been off system, I've like, bro, like some people don't leave their hometowns. Like, what do you mean I've never been off system? Like you've been out, you've been far. Like this can't be that
he wants
scary.
To be an
You've
explorer, Josh.
Yeah, exactly. That's like me talking to someone and being like, oh, I've never been to the moon. And I'm like, yeah, but you've been to Japan. Like, like, you do travel,
Right. Yes.
So,
I think that's a great comparison, to be honest. And I do think, to your point, like the ease of transportation is a very different thing, obviously. And that's another thing that is like presumptive of his class and station, right? Like to be so small-minded as to say, I've never left the system. When it's like, well, yeah, again, like you said, most people haven't left their hometowns, buddy.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who probably born and die in Maidwa. Yeah, for sure.
Theban commenting on, so it's interesting.
Yeah.
Then we get to the painful scene.
Yeah,
this one's tough.
I say we just don't even talk about it.
Yeah, well, my notes kind of don't talk about it, but I think it actually is worthy of mentioning.
No, it's a great scene. It's really it's rough. I feel worse for Hadrian in this scene than in the scene with his dad. Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah. And also, like, more than anything, I feel really fucking bad for Kyra going through all this. But like the devastation, not just of, I guess, framing it, saying what happens in this scene. Hadrian tries to kiss Kyra, and who's like one of his bodyguards, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and she recoils and then is like, "Yeah, I'll sleep with you if that's what you command, sir." That's awful all around. But it's not just a rejection; it's like this like twofold realization of she doesn't like you. Just like normal rejection sucks, and then this realization of, oh my god, you've been a monster to her this whole time. Like in her mind, she's every time you're like looking sidelong at her and wistful or like asking her to join you on a trip. Like she's like, this guy's gonna like. She probably to some degree was in her mind like, I think this guy's gonna make a move, and I'm gonna have to just go with it. And then it actually happens, and it's so icky and just feels bad. And what a scene, and what a nether show of his fucking like naivety, and just what a little doesn't understand anything about his position in the world
Yeah,
fella.
totally. I think that that's one of the biggest things for me. Like you said, I think that there are a couple of different ways to read Kyra's reaction. I always read that and I say my brain says Kira, but Kyra for sure is the way that it's
Yeah.
said in the book or in the audiobook. But um, I think that that read is definitely correct. On the other side too, I maybe think that there is like she never even considered that she could be interested in him, which is like another facet, or like that was a thing. And so like he had
Yeah.
believed that like these were like mutual exchanges.
Mutual.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. Either way. And I also don't think that she probably even saw it coming to this. That's my anticipation is like she thought that Hadrian was just a decent dude, not like
Yeah.
hitting on her and like trying to treat her more equally. And then in the end, it's like, oh shit, like that's more the like, are you just the same? And then he's like, oh god, oh no, that's not. I thought, yeah,
Yeah. No, I think that there's definitely like an implication of surprise on her end.
hmm
But I also just feel like realistically, like there was probably a piece of her that already read the possibility of that coming up just based on their relationship to a degree. Because no matter what, he's not an option. Like realistically, as an actual relationship, they're
no,
in
right,
different
yeah,
class systems, caste systems, and it's like he didn't even consider that fact that like no, this can't be anything more than like a transactionary relationship. And but I feel like I guarantee she's aware of the transactionary level of the relationship, and at some point, had to have hoped it wouldn't happen, but like seen the possibility that this is just could be something that's asked of her, and that's like, and then just to have that like reality come, which is surprising, and then just be like, okay, I guess I have to do this. Like I want to know what happens at her home. Like, like does she wake up and she's like, God, I gotta just go do this, or is she like chill with it? We don't know anything about her. Like she is barely in the book. We only see her through the eyes of Hadrian, and there's an assumption here that we might not ever see her again based on like where the story's moving. Maybe we do, but like we just have no idea of like how she actually feels in the situation, or who she is, or like what her personality is. We just know Hadrian's like infatuated with her, and I feel like there had to have been some level of her like picking up on that
I
in a negative way.
yeah, I think so, just to some degree, for sure. I think that you raise a lot of interesting questions surrounding like her and the way that she interacts with the world, and I think that that's one of the really like obviously you've read this much of the book. It seems pretty clear that we're going to be following Hadrian's perspective. One of the benefits of
Yes.
all of the different tales and the short story collections is that it's mostly not written
Awesome.
from
Yeah.
Hadrian's perspective, mostly third person stuff, some first person stuff. So it's like
Oh,
also
interesting.
like a little bit of a flip and a switch there. Um, I don't think Kira has a story or Kyra has a story, um, but like you can get those other perspectives, and like Christopher
Yeah.
knows that, and like he loves kind of adding that flavor in. Um,
I would love to. I mean, I'm very excited to read The Lesser Devil, like you were
mhm.
saying, just to see like kind of the other side of that relationship. Like it's very exciting to with a story where like it's being told so specifically by the one character, not just like we're only in their perspective, but it's literally their telling of events.
Mhm.
It'd be really cool to see how the events differ from another perspective.
Right. Yeah. And that's the other thing with this scene as well. We have to remember, I constantly try to remind myself as I'm reading this and rereading it. This is Hadrian writing this down. Would he like
Exactly.
leave out details that might make him look worse, or is he maybe fabricating this to like add something
Yeah.
back? Like there's always that like push and pull of how
Yeah,
much of
and
this
maybe
is like truth.
and to a large degree it seems like this is kind of a confessional writing
Mhm.
too, but like maybe he would leave out things that make it seem worse. Or maybe like Hadrian
Hadrian's dramatic as
just
fuck, you know?
really never actually had like the in that moment, at that time, never really like had the reflection of station to understand what she might have actually already been like thinking of him and feeling.
Mhm.
And at this point, it's so far in the past, he only remembers his own experience of like, he's like, yeah, this is like, she was surprised, but like, we don't know what she was thinking. Hadrian saw her and thought she looks surprised.
Mhm.
You
Right.
know,
Yep.
like it could have just been mortified. You know, so yeah.
Absolutely. And I think that that's what makes a lot of this writing very interesting and a lot of the perspective fun,
All the like
even
the
the
closing
darkness.
statement on that.
Yeah.
Uh, any friend who is a woman has had a male friend make a move, and they always saw it coming. You know,
Mm.
like I don't know a single like friend who is a woman who's like, yeah, that really took me off. Like they always see it coming, and they're like, oh, God, no, fuck. All right, well, this friendship's done. You know, so that I think that's where I'm pulling from. It's
Yeah.
just
That makes sense.
yeah, she would have been aware of her situation in that, I think, in a way that Hadrian wasn't.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Ugliness of the world.
Ugliness of the world for sure. I um I love the very final of this, and then we'll move into ugliness of the world. As he realizes that he is this sort of like bad man, I felt sick, cheap, a coward. I brushed past her into the sweets without another word, not trusting myself. As he like adds himself to this like list of monsters, like a normal
Yeah.
monster among
Well, it's okay. He'll do worse. Yeah. He hasn't done any regicide or genocide yet, so
Not quite there yet. Yeah,
yeah.
that guy. Yeah, so we'll move into the final chapter then, ugliness of the world. Hadrian is still having a tough time, of course, sorting through the ways that he could get off world to begin with, and still stuck on reflecting that. This is actually where that quote comes in. I thought it was at the end. It's at the beginning here. I made a grievous error and been, if only for a moment against my intentions, the very worst sort of man, which is almost no man at all.
Damn. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, Hadrian.
Yeah.
Self-reflect.
At the end of time or whatever.
At least he like wants to be decent,
Yeah.
but like
We we
yeah.
we love a man trying to be better.
Yeah, doing his best and his being accidentally the best at being actual
Mhm.
monster of myth
Right.
and legend. I like it's so interesting just hearing him talk about like how fucking evil he's gonna be, but like even still, there's like an intention in the way how he writes it, where he's like, I want to be a good dude, you know. Um, but whenever you start a story off with like, hey, people call me monster, sun eater, regicidal, genocidal, like there's no way to like experience these moments where you like, oh, I can't believe I almost did that without knowing like you're gonna be real mad about what you're gonna do later.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Oh, you
like
poor
it's
little
always there in the back of
guy.
your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, buckle up.
Mhm.
Get worse for you.
Oh, definitely, definitely it will. Gibson and Hadrian continue and they converse about options off world, pointing that Hadrian is allowed to pack and take one chest of things, which then leads um, to him tossing out another aphorism at him. Fear is a poison, which is a great one, reminiscent of fear is a mind killer, of course.
Yeah.
Fear is the mind killer. But this does take it in a different direction as well, which I appreciate. They share a pleasant moment. Hadrian mentally comparing him to Atlas bearing the weight of the world on his shoulders, and this weary old man with his little stick, um, like Atlas at the end of his life.
Also in that area,
Mhm.
another thing where I mean Hadrian just like I need the guy to lock in a little bit. He's like, "Oh, so what are you bringing?" He's like, "Oh, nothing, because I can't have anything if I'm going to be a scholiast." But he's like, "Yeah, but the chantry lets you have one chest." He's like, "Oh, I didn't read it." I'm like, "You didn't take a second to read the instructions your dad. This entire plan,
Buddy,
you're
yeah.
like, oh, I didn't read it." Like, I've been partnered with this guy in group projects in college. Oh my god, like, I want to strangle him sometimes, man. Uh,
A very funny moment, yeah, where he's like, "Oh yeah, no," he's like, "No, you get one chest."
yeah. And him being like, "Oh, I didn't read it," and he said, "Well, you probably should," and just like stares at him. Oh my god, Gibson! I don't know what you see in the guy.
Yeah, literally.
Sometimes, and he's clearly very smart. He's clearly very good at money laundering and linguistics, but like some of the most academic people are the dumbest people on the fucking planet, and he's proven this over in the system even.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
the other thing, or another thing that I really appreciate about this is it's like, okay, Hadrian is very successful at a lot of things. We kind of get a sense of that very quickly. Like he's a great swordsman. He's got all these like different things that are like definite wins. But also his naivete is like one of his biggest faults. Like
Oh my god, yeah, to an
yeah.
extreme degree sometimes.
Mhm. It prevents him
But
from having like the
just
Gary Stew problem, you know?
yeah,
Yeah.
Gary Stu.
Mhm.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I really liked that moment too. It was just actually genuinely funny in a book that I don't know how many comedic moments I'm gonna get. So
It's funny. There's funny.
Yeah.
There's humor laden throughout. I do think that's one of those things that, this is more like meta commentary. I think that's one of those things that Ruocchio grows into over the course of the series is
Okay, is
getting and
allowing some
developing.
levity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Hadrian is also very dramatic, as stated a couple of times very directly. Like Gibson even calls him out like, you're so fucking dramatic all the time.
Yeah.
Um,
But yeah, Fears of Poison
hmm,
definitely harkens back to Fears of Mind Killer.
yeah. Good.
Atlas and the Weight of the World, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a good
This
go ahead. Fire.
this is not a poignant thing at all, but this just reminded me, Bearing the Weight of the World
Mm.
reminded me that there's a really cool thing back in or I'm sure nobody else read it and went, that's really cool, but for some reason I did back in Bread and Circuses,
Mhm.
where they talk about the like globe that Alistair has,
Mhm.
that's like a live version of the planet with like the lights and the weather systems.
Mhm.
I thought that was, I want one.
Oh yeah.
This is not a thing we need to dwell on very much, but just all three times when I read it, I was like, that's pretty cool.
And I love that
I wanted to
he
call it out.
spins it and then he stops it from spinning, which is also just like such a commanding show of his own power. Like he's the
Yeah,
one who controls the planet, literally.
he spins the
Yeah.
world and stops it in its tracks.
Mhm.
Yeah. So whereas Gibson's comparing Hadrian to Atlas bearing the weight of the world, we also see Alistair being the guy with the world in the palm of his hand,
Right.
quite literally.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah,
I,
just a little fun thing that I like.
yeah, absolutely. And what an interesting comparison. The man bearing the weight of the world and the man who literally can hold it and is in charge.
The weight of his hand.
Yeah. The weight of everything that came before. Okay. There's a couple of quotes here that I really love, kind of getting into the end of this, and sort of I pulled those to kind of reference some of these things. So, in spite of all that's happening out there around further suns, and in spite of events here, in spite of all that ugliness, Hadrian, the world is beautiful. Before he hands him a book, The King with 10,000 Eyes, about the legendary Karn Sagara, and with a letter tucked inside.
What's the letter say?
What's that letter say? What that letter do?
Well, it tells him not to fucking give all of his money to pirates and hope that they do what they say they're gonna do.
Yeah, right, exactly. Some other plan.
Yeah,
Mhm.
dude. Whenever he came up with this genius money laundering plan, simple but effective, and then he's like, "Yep," and then I'm just gonna pay some pirates. I'm like, "Oh no,
Okay, buddy. Yeah, great idea.
don't just don't do that." You know, you just got this money. Like,
It's been
um,
5 minutes.
yeah, again in the thing of Gibson, what do you see in this kid? Gibson being like, okay, I wrote you a letter that will help you get into the Scholiasts Academy, and also in there is some ideas that get you off world that doesn't involve getting murdered by pirates. And I'm like, yeah, thanks, Gibson. Like this also, if you could just make sure before he heads out that Hadrian does in fact know how to tie his shoes, because like
For
sometimes
real though.
I'm not sure.
It's a very rational call. Uh, I definitely agree with you. This reminds me too, this little thing with Karn Sagara here obviously is like a part of that. We were talking earlier about like real references and then like real references back to Earth with Serling. And then there's also the other ones, the sort of like things that seem to have happened in between point A and point B. Karnsagara being one of them, of course. I mean, the red, of course, is referenced all the time. But then there's also there's the painting that's hanging on his wall back in his apartment that's in fish and or the law of fish and birds and fishes, which is painted as like these starships crashing by a
Right.
new artist, by someone that is more contemporary by comparison. So it's also interesting that
Right.
we do get this nice blend of things, both real and fake.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another quote here that I loved: "The world is soft the way the ocean is. Ask any sailor what I mean. But even when it is at its most violent, Hadrian, focus on the beauty of it. The ugliness of the world will come at you from all sides. There's no avoiding it. All the schooling in the universe won't stop that. But in most places in the galaxy, nothing is happening. The nature of things is peaceful, and that is a mighty thing."
I love this quote. Um, what a way to basically end the chapter too. Like, and it seems like this book is not separated into parts like a lot of modern novels are.
Mhm.
This feels like the end of a part to me. And maybe it's just because I've read it 3 times and don't know what comes next, but uh there's something like, I don't know, mighty comforting in that like I have to remind myself. I've had this less eloquently put conversation with myself multiple times whenever I'm like just absolutely crashing out about like everything bad,
Mhm.
like, but I'm driving home from work and I'm on the 5 looking at the, San Diego Mission Bay, and there's just like sunset coming off the water, people going about their lives, someone's paddleboarding, and I'm like, the world is bad. There's a lot of bad shit going on right now. I do have to remember this is still here though. Like, we are just people. Our general nature is peaceful and kind, and like that does prevail through all of the chaos. So
Mhm.
it was a nice quote.
Yeah.
I do think that based on what we know about him from that opening chapter, Adrian is going to do his best to disprove Gibson. But
I think that there's something to be said about the fact that, like, regardless, in most places nothing is happening. To me, this is a great quote. I love it. Obviously, that's part of the reason that I pulled it. For all the reasons that you stated, it also is very reminiscent of, I would call, what the thesis of C.S. Lewis's Absolution of Man is, which is really about like the objective truth of things a lot of the time. It really kind of gets into an argument about observation and like whether or not that makes something matter or value more. What's the nature of observation, of like human opinion, of being objective, versus like the objective reality of the thing, regardless of how it's observed. So I really like this because I think that this is absolutely emblematic of that idea and kind of distills
yeah.
that whole book down into like 2 lines. It feels very
Yeah.
Tolkien, it
I
feels,
was gonna say,
yeah.
yeah. Man, I love, little side tangent here. I absolutely love C.S. Lewis's more like theological or like
Yeah,
psychological
this is a philosophy.
writing.
Yeah.
I mean, I love, yeah, philosophy.
Mhm.
I love his novels too, but like, oh, it's so good. I have
Screw Tape
not
Letters.
gone back to it
Yeah.
since like deconstructing from very, very deep Christianity. I need to, but there's just that thing where you're like, all right, if I'm gonna read this, I'm also gonna have to read a bunch of stuff that's gonna make me feel weak, gross. But
Yeah, I think that's one of the
yeah,
things that like Absolution of Man kind of gets into a little bit, but like I don't think the intent, as he kind of describes it, is it's like it's God's beauty on the thing, or like it is
yeah,
as it, I'm both Rockio and I'm abstracting it from God in this context, but that is clearly the intention. Is like
yeah.
the idea that this exists is enough, and like that is an objective reality. Um, so like I think that that's one of the things that I've reread that since and been like, oh, this is great. Also, it's only like, I don't know, 97 pages or something like that. It's not very long,
Okay.
so all nonfiction, but
Also, wild to come from such a nice uh words are eluding me.
mhm.
Just a nice moment, a nice quote that gives a good feeling, like a moment of peace. straight into like that next segment that ends the chapter, which if you don't mind me reading
Yeah,
this
no, hit
next
it.
quote, uh was it my imagination or some trick of the silver light? I thought I saw a shadow fall across Gibson's face, as though the sun had gone behind a cloud. When I bring Gibson's face to mind, it is as I saw him in that moment, stooped and wind tossed on the battlements of the seawall, shrunken, sad, an old man leaning on his staff. To recall him in any other light than that of that beautiful day is somehow sacrilege, though all our other days were ugly. This like nice kind of like there's a sadness to the prose, but it's like remembering a beautiful moment. Just to be like, and then the boot came down, smashing our heads in like the slave in the Colosso
Mhm.
again and again, bloody and gross. Like I'm paraphrasing here, but to have this super nice thing and then this kind of twist, this that shadow falling across him like a cloud move by, I think is such great imagery because it does show that shift of this moment. Like, hey, we're having this nice conversation by the sea. There's hope. There's peace. This shadow falls over him, and then the boot falls.
Yeah. 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 It's tough. These are in the chapter the other way around, but it's right before this. It's like 2 paragraphs
Okay,
before this,
yeah.
but it still is the reality. Like you get
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
you get
like
that boot, and then you're like, and then you slip into this, and it's like, okay, so like I've locked this thing in my mind, but because I know that something bad is coming.
yeah.
Like,
I guess he references the boot,
yes,
but the boot
yes,
hasn't
yes, yes,
fallen
yes.
yet where we end the
Right,
chapter.
right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes, yes. I understand what you mean.
But yeah.
Yeah. Wow, what a
Rough.
place to leave you on for like a like
All
a
right,
week
so
and a
what
half.
book are we reading next?
Yeah, what chapters?
No, what book?
Oh,
That way, I thought we were done.
Yeah,
I
that
was like, yeah, this is a good little book. Very ominous. It kind of ends like The Long Walk. Like you don't know what happened.
it's really ambiguous, yeah.
Really
in that way.
ambiguous.
So with that, next week, we're gonna be covering The Scourging at the Pillar through Marlowe Alone, which is 10 chapters. So should get you, or sorry, 9 chapters. So 13 through 22 for anyone just following by chapters and not names. But also available on our website. You can check out our schedule there if you're ever looking or you need to look something back up. Also in all of our show notes. So if you're ever curious, not you but listeners, but Josh also, if you forget, it's always there.
Yeah, good to know.
Other than that,
I'm new here. I'm
Yeah.
figuring it out. So.
Yeah. Other than that, anything else that you want us? Any predictions mentally that you're making, or any final thoughts? You don't have to make a prediction.
I hold by my 2 bets
Mhm.
from before. One of them was super vague.
Yeah.
That's my bad. But one of them, I still think we're going to end up with Hadrian and a Colosso, and not on the part. We're shown that Colossos are kind of rigged. There's a side that's supposed to win and a side that's supposed to lose.
Mhm.
I think we're going to see Hadrian and a Colosso on the side that's supposed to lose at some point. That's my prediction. It's my best guess. That's my biggest swing.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm sticking with that. I don't think I have any other predictions other than like stuff's probably about to get kind of bad.
Yeah, the final chapter, Marlowe Alone, as a title, is a little
yeah,
ominous.
not a great sign.
Yeah.
Other than that, I just want to say thank you for having me here to read books and talk about them. And if you're listening, thank you for listening to me. That's crazy. I wouldn't. So I really appreciate like
Mhm.
getting to come on here and talk about books and being here through this journey. And
Yeah, welcome to the journey. Welcome to the trip.
yeah,
It's a long fall.
for, I'm ready to go. I'm not good with heights, so that's not great.
Yikes.
Thanks for listening to this week's podcast. You can find us on social media at Words Whiskey Pod on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Threads. If you'd like to reach out to us directly, feel free to shoot us an email at wordsandwhiskeyshow@gmail.com.
Beyond that, if you'd like to support what we do here, listen to any of the bonus content, the returning Devil's Cuts, things like that, you can do so over on patreon.com/words and whiskey. You can join the Discord. A lot of people there, all sorts of different bonus content, older bonus content. I think the catalog's like a couple hundred episodes, or like 100-ish episodes of like extra stuff. So it's all there.
I'm even in a few of those.
True.
Also, please leave us a review wherever you listen to your podcasts or watch your podcasting videos, as we are now on video.
Yeah, I guess like and subscribe. Do we have to
like,
say, oh
subscribe,
my God, click
leave
that bell?
reviews. At the end of the day, a 5-star review does the most to help us get to more ears like yours. Leave us a 5-star review, or else we will sell you to the chantry so that you can further our family's economic dominance, and you'll never be a holiest.
Absolutely. You're never going to achieve your dreams. With that, dear listener.
You won't be semi in the red unless you leave us a 5-star review.
Very true. With that, dear listener, there are endings, and this is one. See you next week. Bye. Bye.